Hey, good morning, Patriots. Another day, another day. We're going to watch the remarks here from our Vice President, J.D. Vance, which I hope is going to be my next president. But I wanted to say good morning to Robert. You'll be here, the first one here today. Trumpster 74, let's go. Saltwater Live, let's go. God bless all our Patriots, Dennis Herrera and his family, and even our trolls. Everybody, have a blessed day. And let's see, Saltwater, who else we got in here? I know Sister Trinity, I haven't texted her yet. But let's go ahead and get into it, guys. We got a couple of clips to actually cover today. Just a heads up, we are going to be talking about immigration completely. And yes, Somalis are going to be in the topic.
Everyone. Good morning, Lehigh Valley. Good morning, Pennsylvania. It's an honor to be with you here and with the Vice President right here at Uline. As your 30th Secretary of Labor, I get to work alongside some incredible people, including your dedicated Congressman, Ryan McKenzie. Let's give him another hand. Nice job. I just want to say, Ryan, you're doing an excellent job. I know that you are fighting tirelessly to support the President's pro-worker agenda, and I cannot thank you enough for that. You know, I actually kicked off my 50-state tour, America at Work, listening right here in Pennsylvania earlier this year as we started with the backbone of American manufacturing for a simple reason. It's important to the President to build the golden age of the American industry. And that starts by hearing how your actions and our actions are impacted daily in Washington, D.C., and how it affects your lives right here at home. President Trump and Vice President Vance understand that too. They trusted me in this role because I promise to listen to the voices of the forgotten working class. I've hit 36 states, and what I'm hearing from coast to coast is a fresh sense of optimism. People are taking pride in their work again, and pride in this country, because they know we have a strong America First leaders back in the White House who finally have their backs. And common sense. Thanks to President Trump and the common sense did you write my speech? And the common sense policies of this administration, the golden age of America is on the horizon. Under Biden, workers lost over $2,900 in purchasing power as inflation rose faster than wages. But under Trump, inflation is coming down and real wages are back on track to increase by nearly $1,200 after his first full year in office. Trump's deregulatory efforts are saving $180 billion or $2,100 per family of four. And let's not forget the largest tax cut in American history. I was a former member of Congress, and I can tell you that was the biggest piece of legislation they will probably ever vote on in this lifetime. And it's for the support of the working family, the no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. And thanks to the working family tax cuts, a family of four in the state of Pennsylvania will see $7,000 to $11,000 more in take-home pay. That is their money that they earned, and it should stay in their pockets. We're reversing Biden's cost of living disaster that hurt so many working families, dropping of drug prices, gas prices at the lowest in 4 years. Jobs are coming back online, and people are finally getting off the sideline. The labor participation rate is going up. We want more people to be looking for jobs and in the workforce. We just received the jobs numbers this morning. A positive 64,000 jobs were added under this administration. Here's a number to note that I think is very important, and I want you to remember this. And at your next rally, I want you to go say this. Under President Trump, 687,000 jobs have been in the private sector and have gone to native-born Americans. We have a master negotiator in the Oval Office, that shouldn't be a surprise to any of you, who is putting America interests first by striking the new trade deals to restore the U.S. as the world's manufacturing superpower. More than $18 trillion have been committed as investments into this country to hire thousands of new Americans and thousands of new jobs. Made in America is back. U.S. exports are up 6% over the last year, and the trade deficit continues to shrink. President Trump is leveling the playing field for American workers, manufacturers, creating an economy that works for you, not against you. I can tell you, at the Labor Department, we remain laser focused on putting American workers first. Under President Trump, all job gains have, as I mentioned, have gone to American-born workers. Employed today, 2.5 million American workers more than when he took office. The Department of Labor is investing in skills training and educational pathways to help the workers get their foot in the door without that needy four-year degree. Not everyone will receive a four-year degree, and that is pride back in America. My dad was a Teamster. I know what it was like to work hard. I know what it's like to build something with your hands, and that's what America needs. They need to know that it's okay to make a six-figure income with a trade school, be a tradesman or woman, be a craftsman. That's what we want here in America. You all know that the future of this country won't be forged in the halls of these woke universities. It'll be at the hands of the skilled worker. We recently awarded $86 million in industry skills funds to prepare the American worker for those in-demand jobs of the future. President Trump set a goal. I talk about this all the time. 1 million active apprentices across this country. And since he has taken office, we have registered more than 300,000 new active apprentices and registered over 2,400 new programs at the Department of Labor. You know, I partnered with Secretary McMahon to help administer the CTE programs and create a streamlined federal education and workforce system. Nearly 70% of 4th and 8th graders are not proficient in reading. The current top-down structure is failing our kids, and so we're going to dismantle the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., and give the autonomy to the states and send those dollars so that we can have a direct line for the in-market demands of what the jobs are and having the skilled workforce and draw the line from A to B. It's that simple. Get these workers in the workforce. It's what they want each and every day, and we're bridging that gap for those labor market shortages so that you can have mortgage-paying jobs. Listen, as I wrap up here, I want to emphasize to all of you, it's an honor to defend your shot at the American dream. No matter your background, the industry, President Trump's Department of Labor has your back. And that's why you are so special to me, and it's special to be here today. Getting to see thriving family-owned businesses like Uline that started from the ground up. That's the American dream right here. And I'd like to now introduce who embodies that dream. He serves the American people with a deep understanding of what hardworking men and women in this country are up against and what they are capable of. He embodies the same tireless work ethic that built our great nation. He and the Second Lady share that with their children, and in turn share that with America's children. Our Vice President knows that the true heartbeat of America isn't in Washington, D.C. It's right here with you. He's doing an incredible job to help revive our manufacturing sector and ignite our economy. And it's an honor to work with him to put you, the American worker, first. Please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States, Mr. J.D. Vance.
great to be here in Pennsylvania. It's a good day. Anytime you get out of Washington, D.C., and I got to tell you, I want to go to the bar and drink whatever these guys over here are drinking, because they are having a good time. They're having a good time. I want to thank a few people before I get started here. First of all, I'm so honored to be joined by our wonderful Second Lady, Usha Vance, my lovely wife, Usha. I want to thank our great Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRimmer, who's doing an amazing job, and she's focused on something that I think is very much close to the heart of our great workers here in Pennsylvania, which is this very simple idea that you ought to be able to raise a family and earn a good wage even if you don't go to college. We don't want to force everybody to go to college. We want to empower people who want to work with their hands to earn a good wage and do a good job, and she's fighting for that every single day. Lori's doing a great job. We have got our great Congressman, Ryan McKenzie. Ryan, please stand up and say hello to everybody. Ryan is doing a good job in Washington. He's got a great heart for the people of this district. He's only been in town for a couple of years, maybe only a year now, right? That you've been in Congress. And you see it all the time. You see it with Democrats and Republicans. Sometimes people go to Washington and forget who they serve. Not Ryan McKenzie. You are very lucky in Pennsylvania to have one of the good ones, and Ryan is helping us every single day fight for American workers. I believe, young man, shouldn't you be in school? We got a great young patriot over here. You ought to come up and take a photo afterwards. But I also want to give a shout out to Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Stacey, thanks for everything that you do, and thanks for being here today. Where is she? There we go. And of course, finally, to all the employees and the management, the good people of Uline for making it possible to be here. This is a massive facility, and I think that it speaks to what's going on in the United States of America under the past 10 months of Donald J. Trump's presidential leadership. Under this president, my friends, we are building again. We are investing in the United States of America again. You heard our Secretary of Labor talk about it. 61,000 jobs added in the month of November, and that's not all. We saw private sector wage growth grow at a rate of 4.2%. You know what that means? That means we're seeing the fastest private sector wage growth that we have seen in this country in many, many years. And we're doing it by having a president and an administration that believes in you and fights for you. That is what we're trying to do every single day. Now, I will say, as excited as I was to be here this morning, I remember when I got off the airplane, and it is cold. And, you know, like a good gentleman, I let my wife come down the steps first, and then I get to the bottom of the steps, and there's a bunch of firefighters from the great Lehigh Valley who want to take a photo with me. And obviously, I love our firefighters. I'm happy to take a photo. Now, here's the problem. To the right of me is all these media cameras, probably broadcasting my every moment on national television, some of the fake news gathered with us here today. And to the left of me is these great firefighters, and there before me is a sheet of black ice. And I think to myself, if I walk over to those guys and take this photo, I am going to bust my you-know-what. I'm not going to say it because we have this very bright young man here. I don't want to teach you any bad words. I don't want your mom and dad to be mad at me. So I do what any self-respecting man would do in a situation like that. I send my wife to go and take a photo with the firefighters. No, I didn't. I actually didn't. I did it the right way, but I did do sort of the Biden slow shuffle to get over there. I did not want these national cameras to catch me doing anything, you know, because if I wiped out on that runway, you all know that would be national news for the next week. Now, Joe Biden could fall walking up the steps in broad daylight in 80-degree weather. Nobody would mind it, but if me or the president do anything like that, it's going to be plastered all over the news. But now we're here. We've made it. We have not wiped out, and we're here to talk about America's economic comeback. And ladies and gentlemen, we needed an economic comeback in the United States of America. We needed it. When we talk about all the wage growth, when we talk about all the people who are coming into the United States to invest in the American worker, we've got real money, real jobs, and real opportunity. What that means for the state of Pennsylvania is that in just the last 11 months, we're creating 60,000 good-paying jobs for Pennsylvania families, and we're bringing in, just in this one Commonwealth, $100 billion of new investment into this great place. That is real opportunity for the American people. That is real wage growth for the American people. And look, I grew up in a community. I was raised by my grandmother in a community where, when I was growing up, the factories were closing down. And those good paying jobs, they weren't coming into our communities, they were getting shipped overseas by politicians in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States has set this entire administration on a different course. We are sick of rewarding companies that ship jobs overseas. We're gonna reward companies that build right here in America and give Americans good wages to do it. And you already see it, my friends, you already see it in some of the numbers that we're seeing. When I talk about what we are most proud of, I probably start with what we've been able to do at the southern border, and we'll talk about that in a second. But right after that is, if you go to the Biden administration, the average American family lost $3,000 of take-home pay through the terrible inflation of the Biden administration. In just 10 months of the Trump administration, the average American family has gained about $1,000 of take-home pay. Now that difference could not be starker. When Joe Biden was president for 4 years, he took $3,000 out of your pocket. And in just 10 months of the president's leadership, we have put $1,000 back in your pocket. That's what that means. And that's just the beginning, my friends. That is just the beginning. Because if you look at what we are doing every single day, you are going to have, and if this doesn't turn out to be true, I'll come back here and you can all tell me I'm wrong, but I'm telling you it's going to be true. You are going to have middle-class Americans, middle-class Pennsylvanians, some of the best tax season in 2026 that you've ever had. Because if you look at no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, when we talk about no taxes on your auto loans if you buy an American-made car, now those are political words. I'm sure you've heard them on TV, but starting with tax season in just a couple of weeks, you're gonna see that in your tax refund. That's what that means. More money in your pocket because you've got a president and a Congress that are fighting for you for a change, and that's exactly what it should be. And I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised by when the Democrats talk all the time about affordability. Democrats say, you know, things aren't affordable. This isn't affordable. This has gotten more expensive. Drugs have gotten more expensive. Housing's gotten more expensive. And you know what? They're right, and it was because of them. It ain't that hard. If you go back to the 4 years of the Biden administration, why did housing get so expensive, double in price during the Biden administration? It's because Joe Biden let in 20 million illegal immigrants who took homes that ought by right go to American citizens and to the people of this great state. When we talk about why did health care get so unaffordable during the Biden administration, it's because Joe Biden allowed prescription drug companies to take advantage of this country. You know, Europeans were paying way less for prescription drugs than our American citizens. It took Donald J. Trump to haul those pharmaceutical executives into the Oval Office and say, no more. Europe's gonna pay more for drugs and America's gonna pay less for drugs because we gotta fight for the American people for a change. Why have rents gone down for 4 consecutive months? And I know they're still too high, But why have rents gone down for 4 consecutive months? Because we're starting to get those illegal aliens out of the United States of America. Those criminals, those gang members, those people who are taking homes that ought by right go to the people in this room and your children and your grandchildren. It's simple economics. If you have fewer people, fewer illegal aliens trying to buy homes, that means American citizens are gonna finally be able to afford a home again. It's very, very simple economics. When you ask, why is it that we have trillions of dollars of new investment coming into the United States of America? Because we finally got a president who says, if you're gonna build in America, if you're gonna invest in America, we're gonna make it easy for you. But if you're not gonna build anything in America, if you're gonna try to ship an American job overseas, then we are gonna penalize you for doing something overseas that you ought to do in the United States of America. That's why we've got so much money coming in. So if you look at every single affordability crisis that we talk about in the United States of America today, it's because we inherited a nightmare of an economy from Joe Biden. The highest peacetime debt and deficits in the history of the United States of America, that blows the door off inflation. The highest energy prices in the history of the United States of America. We are in one of the great energy regions in the entire world, not just in America, in the entire world. You know why energy prices are lower? You know why gas prices have come down so much? Because we finally got an American president who wants to invest in American energy and American workers instead of green energy boondoggles that are produced overseas. Thank you. So on all these things, my point, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are making progress. And I never forget where I come from, I never forget who I serve, and I know that there is so much more progress to be made. I remember my grandmother in times like this of the holidays. Of course, I think a lot of us remember the loved ones that we've lost. I remember my dear Mamaw, that's what I called her, and I was in a particularly hard math class in high school, and she said, "What do you need to do well in this class?" My grades weren't so good, and she went out, even though she could not afford even the essentials in life, she went out and got me a calculator, a very expensive calculator, so that I could do well in this math class. I remember what it feels like for American families when you have the government take $3,000 out of your pocket through higher taxes and higher inflation. I know what it's like for a woman who's trying to support a grandson but can't afford her prescription drugs because pharmaceutical companies are taking advantage of the United States of America. I remember what it's like when you have to choose between putting food on the table or getting the prescription that you need to stay healthy. And that is not a life that Donald Trump or I want for the citizens in the greatest country in the world. We want you. We want you to be able to afford the things that you have to give your kids and your grandkids a good life. We want you to check your credit card statement and for that to be an annoyance, something you gotta do rather than something that causes a lot of stress and anxiety. We don't want a single parent or grandparent to have to look at their checking account and decide whether they're gonna buy food or whether they're gonna buy medicine this month. We are fighting for you every single day, and I don't want you to think for 1 second that because Joe Biden gave us the worst economy in the world that we forget it. No, we know. We know exactly what we were left with. We know exactly the consequences that it's caused for so many of our great families all across Pennsylvania. And I promise you, there is no person more impatient to solve the affordability crisis than Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. You know, I hear these guys, I hear these Democrats talk about this as if you were gonna fix these problems in a single day. It reminds me of probably the third day in the Oval Office where eggs had gotten so expensive under the Biden administration. And you look, I'm the Vice President of the United States, I'm a very blessed man, but we have 3 little kids who eat a lot of eggs. And so I know the price of a dozen eggs. So the price of eggs got really high during the Biden administration. It was the third day in the White House and some reporter said, "What are you doing about the price of eggs? Haven't you seen they're so expensive?" And the president's like, "Lady, we've been here for 3 days. It takes a little bit of time to fix something that was so fundamentally broken." And so when I hear the Democrats talk about the affordability crisis that they created, it's a little bit like Charles Manson criticizing violent crime. Look in the mirror, my friend. You are the cause of the problem, and Donald J. Trump's administration is the solution to the problem that you created. I want to say one more thing here, and then I want to take some questions from the reporters, and then we'll have to hit the road. But, this is such an amazing time to be in Pennsylvania. As much as I complain about the cold, and I do, as much as I almost busted my rear end on the tarmac today, I love being in the great state of Pennsylvania during this time of year. I love Christmas time. I love the beautiful trees. I love the snow on the hills. I love everything about this state this time of year. It reminds me a lot of my home state of Ohio for reasons that you all know well. But here's the thing. During this Christmas time, I think that we got to remember that we have a lot in the United States of America to be grateful for, and I am at the very top of the list of people who have a lot to be grateful for. I'm very grateful to my beautiful wife and our healthy kids. I'm very grateful to have this job for the trust that all of you have put in me. I'm very grateful that we have a president of the United States who would literally take a bullet for this country, and in fact actually did. But I just ask all of you to count your blessings this holiday season, because there is a lot good out there. There's a lot that we're still working to fix. But I just wanted to say, from the President of the United States, from the entire administration, my friends in Pennsylvania, Merry Christmas to you. I hope your families have a Happy New Year. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Please sit down. Sit down. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Please. All right. We're going to take a few questions from the reporters, and we're going to start with the most egregious of the fake news. Is that right, Luke? No. We're going to start with the local reporters who have some integrity. So let's start with our local cameraman, and then we'll move on to the fake news if we have some time. Sir or ma'am?
Hi, I'm Jackson White from WITF in Harrisburg.
Hey, Jackson. How you doing?
I'm good. So many Americans are still reporting that they're experiencing high costs of groceries and other living expenses. How does the administration plan to lower those costs, and how long might that take for them to experience those lower costs?
Well, Jackson, as I said earlier, I think the best way to understand this is if the American people had $3,000 taken out of their pocket, it's going to take a little bit of time before they really feel like that money's been put back in their pocket. That just takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work. And I think the best way
to fix things. You're saying that it's going to take time to fix things, but the political reality is that the midterms are next year. are you worried that affordability is a political liability for your administration and for Republicans?
Look, I'm not worried about the politics because I believe fundamentally in the wisdom of the American people. When we go out there and we tell our story that gasoline and energy got way too high under Joe Biden's administration, but we've lowered the cost of energy, the American people will understand that. The American people know that. When we go out there and talk about the fact that the affordability crisis that happened under Joe Biden's administration made a lot of Americans poorer and working every single day to put money back in their pocket, I think the American people will understand and agree with that. Of course, they're going to be the ones who make the final decision. But I feel very confident that if we keep wages high, we keep energy prices low, we keep on chipping away at the affordability crisis created by Joe Biden's administration, yes, I believe the American people are going to reward us because the American people are smart. They know Rome wasn't built in a day. They know what Joe Biden broke is not going to get fixed in a week. We got to stay with it. We got to keep on working on bringing good jobs and money back into the United States of America. And that will, it already has paid major dividends for the American people. It's going to pay a lot more in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. The health care bill released Friday by the GOP doesn't include health savings accounts. Are you comfortable with that? And would you like to see the GOP use the special reconciliation process to address health care costs and other affordability concerns?
Well, one of the things the president has said is we have the weirdest health insurance system in the world, where we tax money from all of these great Americans out here, and then we give boatloads of money to the insurance companies. Why don't we give that money to the American people and let them buy insurance that works for them and their families? I mean, if you look at insurance company profits, they have been skyrocketing ever since Obamacare was passed. The insurance companies have done very well under Obamacare. You know who hasn't done well under the Obamacare system of giving boatloads of money to the American people? All of you. That's what's broken about this system. It's good for insurance companies and bad for Americans. We are trying to get to a healthcare policy that's good for Americans. We don't care. If the insurance companies do well, great. If they do poorly, that's their problem. We are here to fight for the American worker and make health insurance affordable for them. So we're going to keep on working at it. You mentioned one piece of legislation. I've probably read a dozen different pieces of legislation that are floating out there. Again, it's going to come to the point where Republicans and Democrats have to figure out what can be passed together. Of course, the president is going to drive a lot of that process. We're still reviewing some of these legislative texts as they come up. We believe that we can solve this problem. But again, the nature of our system, we're going to work with Congress to make sure we get something that's good for the American people through the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Iris Sentner from Politico. President Trump last week gave his economy a grade of A++++. What grade would you give the economy today?
A++++. Look, here's the simple fact of the matter. Again, you have to understand all of this stuff in context. You have to ask yourself, what has the Trump economy been able to build over the past 10 or 11 months, given what we inherited from the Biden administration? Ladies and gentlemen, we had the worst inflation crisis in 50 years in the United States of America under Joe Biden. We had the worst trade deficit in the history of the United States under Joe Biden. We had debt and deficits, the highest in the history of American peacetime in 250 years. What we have been able to do, higher wages, lower inflation, a massive amount of investment and money coming into the United States of America, that stuff is incredible. And that is something to be proud of. What I will say is that given how bad things got under the Biden administration, we are going to keep on working every single day to make sure that Americans feel the benefits of the Trump economy. I am certain that we've already seen great benefits for the American people, but we got a lot of rebuilding to do over the next 3 years, and the president is committed more than anybody to making sure that we do it.
Hi there, Vice President J.D. Vance. This is Rob Manch with 69 News, WFMZ. The jobs report you mentioned this morning, you said 60,000 jobs were added in November. However, it also said 100,000 jobs were lost in October, and the unemployment rate currently stands at 4.6%, which is the highest since the pandemic. So my question is, how do you inspire companies to hire people if people don't have jobs? Income tax cuts aren't going to help them.
Well, first of all, the idea that income tax cuts don't help is ridiculous. If more people have more money to spend in their pocket, that's good for businesses, it's good for families, it's good for everybody. It's one of the ways why we do this. When we talk about 100,000 jobs, you're talking about government sector jobs, and that is in a lot of ways the entire story of what we're trying to do under President Trump's leadership. We want to fire bureaucrats and hire these great Americans out here. That's what we're trying to do. Now, you mentioned, this is an important point, you mentioned the unemployment rate ticking up to 4.6%. I think this is a very, very important point, because you know what that means? What that data shows, you got to get in the weeds a little bit. The unemployment rate only counts the people who are looking for work. So let's say you dropped out of work 2 years ago, you haven't been searching for a job. Well, you're unemployed, but you're not counted in the official unemployment statistics. What you're seeing as wages go up, as more investment comes into our country, is that people who weren't looking for work under Biden's administration are getting out there and looking for work in the Trump administration. That's exactly what we want. We want to get people off the sidelines and give them a good job with good pay, and we're seeing a lot of evidence that that is happening under President Trump's leadership. We'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, Jacob Bogage from the Washington Post. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
Unfortunately, I have to ask a bit of an off-topic question from affordability because news events do intervene, and that is the interviews that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles gave to Vanity Fair, in which she's quoted as referring to you as, excuse me, and again, not my words, sir, but a conspiracy theorist of a decade, and described your transformation from someone who once opposed President Trump to now his vice president as an act of political expediency. And I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it, but conspiracy theorist. Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. And by the way, Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. You know, I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job. And I believed in the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was trying to throw his political opponents in jail rather than win an argument against his political opponents. So, at least on some of these conspiracy theories, it turns out that a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the media admitted it. And that's my understanding. Now, look, I do want to say something about Susie, though, because, again, having not read this article, Susie is a person I've come to know very, very well. And, you know, a lot of you probably ask yourself, what is it like behind the scenes? What's going on actually behind the scenes of the Trump administration? And I'll tell you, the president is exactly in private who he is in public. Like, I'll tell you a little story. Maybe a week or so ago, I walk into the Oval Office and Marco and I are sitting there talking with the president about something. He says, stop. And he looks at our shoes and says, you guys have terrible shoes. So he goes and gets a shoe catalog. Now remember, this is the Christmas season, so the president's got some holiday cheer. He goes and gets a shoe catalog and gets his favorite shoes and orders like 4 pairs of shoes for me and 4 pairs of shoes for Marco because he's like, we need our vice president or secretary of state to look their very best. And, then we went back to talking about whatever major, international issue we were talking about. Again, he is exactly in private who he is in public. That's not true of most people in Washington, D.C. It's not. And I've seen so many people who will say one thing to the president's face, Democrats and Republicans, and then will do the exact opposite behind the scenes. You know why I really, you know what they are, and you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And that's what you want in a staffer. Because as much as I love Susie, the American people didn't elect any staffer. They elected the President of the United States. And what you want in a staffer is a person who understands they are there to effectuate the will of the American people, and they're there to follow the orders of the duly elected Commander-in-Chief of the United States. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States, and that makes her the best White House Chief of Staff that I think the President could ask for. And the last thing I'll say is if any of us have learned a lesson from that Vanity Fair article, I hope that the lesson is we should be giving fewer interviews to mainstream media outlets. So with that lesson internalized, I'm going to stop taking questions and just leave you with one final note. And again, it's just a note of gratitude. This is the coolest job I've ever had. Agree with us or disagree with us, I'm sure that every single person in this room made something happen to get me to this job. You went out there and voted, maybe you persuaded one of your relatives to vote, maybe even volunteered or knocked on doors or made phone calls for us. I will never forget that my job every single day is to make it so that you guys can have a safe and prosperous life in this country that all of us love. Thank you. Thank you. We inherited a mess, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We inherited a mess. But I think that in 11 months, we have made great progress to making this a safer, a more secure, and a more prosperous nation. Let's work for the next 3 years to do even more great work for the American people, and let's rebuild this country together. God bless you all. Merry Christmas.
Detroit Auto Worker, let me thank you for your time.
Oh, you libtards, why are you guys crying so much on the chat? Please tell me, what is bothering you guys? I don't understand. I don't understand what bugs you guys the most. That we were right about voting Trump in, or that we have the guts to stay in the fight and not give up and betray our president, whom we understand. And, well, he's doing a great job for us. See, a lot of MAGA supporters, the real, legitimate MAGA supporters, we don't think this is just about Trump. We think this really is about America first, about making America great again. That's not a game. That's not a slogan. It is a thing that we believe and we actually move about. We don't just take a little slogan and then try to figure out if this is something that we might support. No, we believe this is the way of life for the American people, to always strive to be the best country in the world so that we can continue moving forward. You know why I don't care about the comments in here, my patriots, and I hope that you guys are getting some tough skin on this libtards, because we know that we have laws in this country. And one of the laws that we've been talking about has been the immigration laws. Now, the libtards, they're so emotional and they don't understand. See, libtards are the people that lost the Civil War the first time because they wanted to keep slaves. They wanted to oppress people. And they do the same thing today. They say, well, who's going to pick our cotton? Who's going to work on the farms? Who's going to do the dirty jobs? This is exactly the mentality that libtards have. They don't say, oh, well, who's going to be our doctors? Who's going to be our engineers? Who is going to be our lawyers? Who's going to be the constitutional lawyers? Who is going to be immigration judges? They don't think that way. They just think that illegal immigrants are only good for cheap labor. And that is the same mentality of the enslavement back in the day with our black Americans. And we don't believe that. We believe that every labor is worthy of pay. And we believe that the jobs belong to American people, to permanent residents, and people with visas that have working permits that are sponsored to be in this country legally, following the law. To where libtards, they're after locking arms, obstructing ICE federal agents, saying that federal agents are out there arresting innocent people, as if they have a vetted database that tells them that the guy that's baking bread is not a murderer. They think that the guy that's refilling the soda machine is not a rapist. They already know. They already know all these illegal immigrants. They're all innocent. They know. They know everything about them. They think they know the law. Where's your warrant? They don't need a warrant. You hear all these stupid comments. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and give these people a chance. Patriots, don't answer this. This is only for the libtards. Damien Hazel, here. What is a woman? And if you are a libtard and you have been against me, go ahead. Tell me, how many genders are there? Man, that chat stopped moving, didn't it? That chat stopped moving, bro. Oh, man, this is lovely. Here, I'm going to go ahead and, my patrons, my dear patrons, let me enlighten you on something. I keep hearing these libtards, they always bring up these 34 felony counts. All right, listen. I know we don't have that many libtards in here, but let me tell you what those 34 felony counts are. You think he's a felon because of 34 felony counts? He's not a felon for that. He has been acquitted. Nothing stuck. He is clean. He is innocent. Where do you think the word felon comes from? Oh, I'm going to shine some truth on your libtard's weak mind today. Hopefully, this will be the WD-40 for your brain to break free. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Guess why he is called a felon? As soon as you get arrested and go to jail, you are a felon, an inmate, an incarcerated person. That's what that means. But he's been vindicated of everything. He is not guilty of anything. Nothing was able to stick or be proven. They say he could not get loans from the banks. Bullcrap. The banks are still doing business with him, and they are making money with President Trump. So there you have it. You felon ignorance. You guys think you know what a felon is. You don't even know what a felon is. Do you know how many kinds of felonies we have? There's A felony, there's B felony, there's C felonies. Did you know that working in this country, it's illegal? And you libtards out there are protecting and defending illegal immigrants working in this country. Oh, they're just hardworking. You just incriminated them because they're not supposed to be working in this country. Now they've broken two laws. They came here illegally and they're working, which they have no permit. And both of those two rules and laws of immigration actually calls for immediate deportation. So all you libtards out there locking arms and trying to stop ICE agents from doing their job, well, you guys should be arrested for obstructing justice and our federal agents. You guys totally are libtards. You guys earn and you totally walk with pride with your libtard sealed on your forehead. Again, simple question. How many genders are there? Never surrender. My favorite felon. Let's go, baby. How many genders are there? If you want it, then you got it. 33 misdemeanors, 1 unnamed felony. Acquitted of everything. Not charged. If they got him on the unnamed felony, they could change them all into felonies. They also changed the statute of limitations. He was acquitted. Find out what acquitted means. 2 genders. Fresh Lesh is completely a libtard. He thinks there is 7 genders. My mama said there's only 2 genders. This guy thinks there's 34 genders. Let's see. Where you from, immigrant? Laugh out loud. Come on, libtards. How many genders are there? Yeah, that's right. Get out of my chat. You don't even know how many genders there is. That's how retarded you guys are. I don't know. This is not where I was going to go with this, but man, I'm reading all these comments in here, and all I can think is, how retarded are these people? How many genders, Leo? How many genders? Nunez, how many genders? 36 felony convictions, says not so obvious. Apparently, there is no brains on there, and that was very obvious. How many genders? Come on, libtards, you got this. 7 by nowadays queer, says the divider. All right, Ricky's in the right place. Ricky says 2 genders. You're welcome, Just Duck. There are 2 and mentally disabled. Let's see. You crybaby. Get him out of here. Oh, man, I'm going to have this. A woman and a man. There you go. Okay, sure. All right. What is a woman? Oh, the chat is so active with silence from the libtards. What is a woman? Literally, whatever you want to do, just go do it. Irshad still says you cried, baby. Non-binary and intersex, so at least 4. Leo, you are a libtard. There is nothing that you can say to me. If you say there is more than 2 genders, there is nothing that you can tell me that I will ever take you serious on. There's only 2 genders, male and female. There is not such thing as any other genders. Male and female. Now, some people, very rarely, but there is out there, some people are born with both. ¿Por qué no los dos? It's like a taco from Taco Bell. It's a double-decker, you know what I'm saying? You get the flour tortilla with the beans, and then you put a regular beef taco on top of that. Some people are born that way, but the rest of us, the rest of us are either a man or a woman. See, if you're a male, you are going to be a boy. That boy is going to turn into an adolescent, a teenager. And that teenager is going to turn into an adult, a man. A female is a little girl. Little girl that turns into the teenager. That teenager turns into an adult, and she is a woman. Oh, my goodness. You guys are too much fun, man. too much fun. I'm going to find something for you. There we go.
Just wait.
Here you go, guys. There you go. Remember this movie? What a classic, ain't it?
Here a minute.
You guys remember this movie? Hey, libtards, listen. Kindergarten kids are going to give you guys a lesson. Let me get to the question.
Okay, Now, anyone that was not born in Astoria, somewhere outside like California, raise your hands. Yes.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, you can go.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
You got that, libtards? Two genders.
Okay, you can go.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
A kindergarten kid is teaching you libtards what what the two genders are. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? A kindergartner is smarter than a libtard. That is crazy. How did we get here? How did we allow mentally handicapped people to tell us what to do in our country? No, you guys need to be in a mental institute. You guys need to be taken care of. I agree. But stop. You know what? We need to take away the right to vote for retards. Those people that think there's more than two genders, you guys lose the right to vote. If you guys don't know what a woman is, you have no right to vote. You are not in your right state of mind to be able to make any calculated, educated, common sense, obvious decisions that need to be made. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. Man, a kindergartner. Now you guys go to college and make all this debt for the country, and you still don't know what a boy and a girl is. Unfriggin' believable. Why don't we just let Mike say what he has to say, and we'll continue with this talk afterwards.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to Dr. Miller for joining us on what is our last leadership press conference of the year. And I just want to say to all of you, press corps, thanks for being here each week and covering all of this. It's been a hugely historic week here in so many ways, and a hugely consequential Congress, and you've got a lot to cover. So we do, as everybody said, wish you Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and hope you get some well-deserved rest over the short holiday. Since Congress reopened, following the end of the Democrat shutdown, the longest in American history, Republicans have passed, since we came back, 41 pieces of legislation, and of course, as you've heard this morning, we're set to pass even more. Chief among them is the Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act. It is aptly and appropriately named because that's exactly what it's going to do, as everybody has explained this morning. If you recall, Democrats shut the government down and kept it closed for 43 days so that Chuck Schumer could get political cover from the grassroots of his party. Remember that he had voted for the same CR just several months earlier in March, and the same vehicle came forward and suddenly changed his tune, and that is because he caught a lot of political backlash for it. So he decided instead to shut the government down and fight. Well, everybody saw how obvious and how dangerous that gambit was. And so the Democrats tried to spin their selfish political decision to claim the whole thing was always about, quote, fighting for health care affordability. But that claim never made any sense because it ignores the very simple facts of the situation. It is the Democrats' Unaffordable Care Act that broke America's health care system, as has been recounted this morning. And it's the Democrats who have refused every good faith Republican effort to fix it along the way. But this is 15 years into this saga that the American people have been drugged through because the Democrats decided 15 years ago to break the system. They insisted when they passed the Unaffordable Care Act that it would reduce premiums, it would provide more choice and higher quality and all of that. And none of that ever happened. In fact, quite the opposite effect is what we have seen. All this was foreseeable, and that's why Republicans didn't support it. Premiums have skyrocketed, the quality of care has plummeted in so many places and in so many cases around the country, and fraud is absolutely rampant in the system, and it is costing everyone dearly. Yes, there is a health care affordability problem in America. It's a very serious problem for almost every family. But it is an indisputable fact the Democrats caused that problem, and Republicans are the ones having to clean it up. For 15 long years, Americans have now faced skyrocketing premiums, fewer quality choices, inefficient care, and widespread fraud, waste, and abuse. Benchmark premiums on the Obamacare marketplace for every plan, listen to this, have increased 80% overall since 2014, and they're continuing to rise. The Unaffordable Care Act marketplace has resulted in lower quality plan offerings and less consumer choices today. Fraud is absolutely rampant. Paragon Health is one of the analyst groups, and they estimate there's over 6.4 million people who are improperly enrolled in the Obamacare exchanges. And a recent GAO study, the Government Accountability Office, found some staggering facts. It proved what we all know intuitively about the fraud that's involved in this program. They found that Obamacare's subsidy system lacks even the most basic guardrails to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. And I think that study is something that you should all dig into. It should be on the front page of every newspaper because it is shocking, alarming. Over the last 2 years, for example, the investigators at the GAO, Government Accountability Office, they did a little experiment. They in 24 different cases, they applied for Obamacare subsidies. They did it fraudulently by intent. So 24 applications with no Social Security data attached, none of the information that's necessary to actually apply, no citizenship proof attached, and none of the income documents and all the things that are supposed to be applied and included in an application. Now guess what? Out of the 24, 23 of them were approved. And they've been paid tens of thousands of dollars, some of them as recently as September of this year, the GAO tracking all of this fraud, wondering, hoping if anybody will ever pay any attention to it and stop it. That's not the only thing they found. The report also found that in 2023, 29,000 Social Security numbers were used by multiple persons. In 2024, 68,000 Social Security numbers used by multiple people to bilk the system, to defraud the system, and to take dollars to themselves. You had, in one case, there was over 120 individuals using the same Social Security number to get these benefits, and it was never stopped. The GAO also found that more than $94 million last year alone was sent to insurers on behalf of people who were already deceased. It's a serious, serious problem in the system. It's why the costs are so high, and this is the system that Democrats in Congress want to extend without any reform. We just can't have that. The Washington Post summarized all this best in one simple sentence. They said, quote, "The real problem is that the Affordable Care Act was never actually affordable." That's the problem. America's healthcare system should be the envy of the world. Instead, it's the most expensive in the world, and the American people are not getting any healthier because of all this madness. A new Gallup poll released yesterday found that 70% of Americans have a negative outlook on our healthcare system for all the obvious reasons. All Americans deserve a healthcare system that puts patients first, one that meets their needs with more access, more choice, and more affordable quality care. And House Republicans have offered legislation to begin fixing what is broken and to restore integrity to our nation's healthcare system, and it's so long overdue. The lower healthcare premiums for all Americans Act, be on the floor tomorrow, is the first big step in that regard. As has been noted by Dr. Miller Meeks and the other leaders here, it offers common sense solutions to lower premium costs for everybody, all Americans. It expands access to quality care. It provides every American with more options and flexibility to choose coverage that works for them. And it brings greater transparency to America's healthcare system. And here's how. The bill has 5 key reforms. I'll just reiterate some of this real quickly. It reduces premium costs through cost-sharing reduction payments. It brings pharmacy benefit manager transparency and removes the hidden costs of prescription drugs. It allows small business owners and independent workers to form association health plans. It provides more choice for employees to customize their health care plans, and it protects small businesses from costly regulatory overreach. According to the latest CBO projection, Republicans' cost-sharing reduction payments, just that provision alone, would reduce premiums by at least 11% and will save taxpayers tens of billions of dollars, about $30 billion. Contrast this with the Democrats' proposal. Now, what is their proposal? The Democrats' subsidy proposal would only lower premiums for a small subset of people. Now, think of this. Just 7% of Americans would benefit. When they passed the COVID-era enhanced subsidy, enhanced premium tax credit, okay, it would only affect, and only did affect, 7% of the American people. If it was extended today, if their gambit was done, and without any reforms, and they expanded it for 3 years, which is what they tried to do in the Senate, and they failed last week, and what they would try to do in the House, if allowed, that would only reduce, for the 7% of Americans, it would only reduce their costs by 5.7%. Okay, this is not some solution to the problem. It's just adding more money. It's further subsidizing the broken system, and the subsidies go to insurance companies. They're not trying to solve the cost problem. They're trying to hide that, and it's not the way to fix it. It would also, by the way, cost taxpayers, if the subsidy was extended, would cost American taxpayers $350 billion over the next 10 years. Again, the proposal doesn't lower health care costs in any way. It only hides the true cost of the failed law. I'll remind you, CSR payments are not a new idea. In fact, in 2017, the thing that we're going to put on the floor tomorrow, a big part of that, 196 House Democrats, many of them still in Congress, wrote a letter in support of that very idea. Exactly what the Republican bill this week will accomplish. Now, they won't tell you that this week. I'm certain they're all going to vote against it. Why? As was said here many times this morning, they do not want a solution. Democrats do not want a solution. They want an issue in the upcoming election. And they think that the media will go along with this and that people will buy it. That, oh, their heroic effort to extend this COVID-era subsidy that they themselves created and that they themselves put the expiration date on at the end of this year, they're going to try to convince you that that's all health care wrapped into that. Remember, it only affects 7% of Americans, and it would only reduce their costs by less than 6%. Democrats also had a chance to support our provision in the working families tax bill. The House Democrats voted against it, and the Senate Democrats stripped it out. That cost-sharing reduction reduced everybody's premiums by almost 12%. The Democrats fought to take it out. This is something that we're going to do this week. The Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act is going to accomplish exactly what the title says. If it becomes law, premiums will decrease, access will increase, and every American will have more options and flexibility to choose the coverage that works best for them. It's called the free market, and we're the ones that advance those ideas. More options, lower costs. That's what the American people demand and deserve, and it is only the Republican Party that is presenting any ideas to do that. The Democrats want to keep subsidizing the broken system. We're fighting for that, and we will. I'll just close with this. In 2025, as I said, was a marquee, a landmark year. I want to remind you all there's something noticeably absent from our end-of-year duties here. Normally, or at least in the past before I became Speaker, we would all be here with so much angst and drama and everything about the dreaded end-of-year Christmas omnibus spending package. You have not been able to write about that for now the third year because we broke the fever. We both broke the Christmas omnibus fever, and we're getting back to stewardship and regular order, and we're very proud of that. The third consecutive year, we've avoided that terrible congressional Christmas tradition, and we're getting everything working here again. Fixing the appropriations process has been a goal for me and this leadership team. It's been a goal for Chairman Cole and Appropriations and his leadership team, and we're well on the way to rebuilding that muscle memory. House Republicans have shown up every day and delivered real results for the American people, and we're going to continue to do so. We are excited about the year ahead. We look back now on what we've done all this year. We obviously passed the working families tax cut, the big beautiful bill, the most significant piece of legislation that Congress has considered in my lifetime. Stephen Miller had a quote that summarized it pretty well. He said, quote, "Each and every one of the individual titles in that bill will be considered one of the greatest achievements in the history of the conservative movement." They are conservative policies, but they benefit every American. And everyone will be seeing and feeling the effects of that in the first and second quarter of next year when all that becomes implemented. Here's, by way of reminder, real quick, the legislation included the largest tax cut in American history, permanent extension of the reduced estate tax, Medicaid program reforms, expansion of SNAP work requirements, increased border enforcement and funding, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, increased standard deduction for seniors, tax-free savings accounts for every child born in America, business tax provisions to incentivize investment and innovation and broaden the pathway out of poverty for more people. Wages will be increasing and costs will be going down. Many of these landmark provisions are set for implementation in the first, second quarter, as I said, and all boats will begin to rise. Just last week, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent predicted $100 to $150 billion in new tax refunds, between $1,000 and $2,000 per household. And most of the estimates say that the average American household will have their take-home pay increased by at least $10,000. These are real, tangible benefits that this bill is going to offer to tens of millions of American families, and we're excited about what's ahead. It's just one more example of the many positive and transformational outcomes that we want to see going into the next year. So far, House Republicans have passed 413 bills this year. We've codified 68 of President Trump's America First executive orders. We've repealed 23 Biden-era maddening regulations under the Congressional Review Act resolutions. We clawed back billions in wasteful spending through rescissions and opened numerous investigations into President Biden's failed administration. And we look forward to continuing all of that work when we return in 2026 and we go into an epic midterm election cycle. With that, I'll take a few questions.
Hey, what happened to the questions? I was waiting for questions. Let's see if Forbes has it. Let's see. Let me see.
What's your reaction to that, and will Republicans suffer any political blowback for not allowing something like that to come to the floor with moderates?
Well, Mike Lawler is a very dear friend and a close colleague of mine. Ironically, weekend before last, I was in New York, in his district on Long Island, and we were campaigning together, ensuring that he gets reelected. Mike Lawler fights hard for New York, as every Republican in this conference does for their districts. The districts are different. They have different priorities and ideas, but we do have, there's about a dozen members in the conference that are in these swing districts who are fighting hard to make sure that they reduce costs for all of their constituents. And many of them did want to vote on this Obamacare, COVID-era subsidy the Democrats created. We looked for a way to try to allow for that pressure release valve, and it just was not to be. We worked on it all the way through the weekend, in fact. And in the end, there was not an agreement, wasn't made. Now, everybody was at the table in good faith, and I certainly appreciate the views and the opinions of every member of this conference. But I will tell you one thing they will all join in unity on is voting for this bill that we've been discussing this morning, because, again, instead of just trying to assist 7% of Americans, this is for 100% of Americans. And we can handle that and do that together. I hope that Democrats will come along with us. If they're serious about solving the problem and bringing down costs of health care, they'll all fully support it as well. But I think you're going to see they're playing politics with this.
Speaker Johnson. Last week, President Trump said that his legislative agenda is essentially done. So why should voters vote for Republicans in the midterms if there's nothing left to do legislatively?
Well, I don't know which comment you're referring to and in what context, but I'll tell you, I've talked to the president sometimes multiple times each day. he and I and his team and our teams work around the clock. Literally, the president and I will talk sometimes at midnight and then again at 6 a.m. I mean, this president doesn't sleep. He's working all the time. The agenda is aggressive. There is much more to do. I think what he's sometimes when he's taken out of context on comments like that, he's referring to what we accomplished with the working families tax cut, the big beautiful bill, because there's so much in that a lot of people said, wow, you guys checked all the boxes. Well, we did to a certain extent, but there is so much more to do. And we're going to have a very aggressive legislative agenda coming right out of the gates in January. We're going to continue to work, for example, on health care, to continue to bring costs down to the American people, to bring down the cost of living overall. You're going to see an aggressive affordability agenda, and we're going to see continued codification of the president's executive orders. He's up to about 200 of those. Probably about 150 of them are codifiable by Congress, and we're working steadily through that list. You're going to see us delivering for the American people while the effects of that giant piece of legislation that we did on July 4th, got signed on July 4th, comes into implementation. So much more yet to do. The president and I talk about that almost every day, and he's excited about it, and I am.
Mr. Speaker, so there's a lot of Republicans who would still like to see health savings accounts set up as an alternative to the premium tax credit. I'm curious, why is that not in this bill? Is that something that's still on the table?
Very much on the table. The president likes the policy as well. I see my doctor colleague, Dr. Meeks, is nodding in agreement. The Docs Caucus the Chief Doctors Caucus in the Republican Conference works on these things, and I think we could get broad consensus on that. What we anticipate going into the first quarter next year is possibly in a reconciliation package or in regular order as standalone. Ideas just like this. We have a long list of things that we know will reduce premiums, increase access and quality of care. And again, we're the only party that's going to be bringing that forward. The Democrats have zero ideas, zero concepts, and zero legislative plans on anything they'll propose other than just subsidizing the broken system. So there's going to be a stark contrast between the two parties. That'll be a big part of it, and I think you'll see a lot of that discussion going forward. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on that, we are at the end of the year here. People have already enrolled in their health care plans. You guys were out for 2 months during the shutdown. Why has it taken until the end of the year to start addressing, putting to the floor these health care bills? And what is your message to those who are going to see their premiums rise next year anyway, because it seems unlikely that Congress is not going to be able to get something together by then?
The health care bill on the floor tomorrow is right on time. There's always a good time to reduce premiums for health care. And remember, the Republican Party, since the Unaffordable Care Act became law 15 years ago, we have been working steadily, producing ideas, trying to address this. We tried to repeal and replace it, as you all know, in our ultimately failed attempt back in the first Trump administration in 2017. The famous John McCain thumbs down tanked the effort, and since then the roots of Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, have gotten so deep in the system that it's no longer possible to just pull it out at the root and chop it off and start over. It's too deeply ingrained. And so now we have to take it step by step to reduce cost and repair the system. And that's the ideas that we have. You're talking about the longest shutdown in U.S. history. The Democrats did that. Remember, when we reopened the government, we ended in the exact same place that we began. They didn't get a darn thing out of it, and we knew that they wouldn't, and that's how it would come out, and they did it for political purposes. When they took us off the field effectively for 43 days, as soon as we got back, let's remember, because history's being revised here every day, we got right back to the appropriations process, remember, which was so critically important, and all the other measures that we were pushing through. We got done on that steadily through the year, and then we turned the attention to health care, knowing it was coming at the end of the year on the subsidy and that new ideas would be presented. We didn't start this in October, November, or December. This is something the Republican Party's been working on for years. I've mentioned in here before, when I was chair of the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus of Republicans in Congress, we had 158 members back in 2019. We produced a 2-volume set on conservative common sense solutions to fix health care. We've never been able to get the votes to fix it because the Democrats have been unwilling to go along. And you can go back and look at the record and show over and over, all they want to do is continue to throw taxpayer dollars and subsidize the broken system. The reason the premiums are up 80% since the bill was passed by the Democrats in 15 years ago is because they're further ingraining a broken system. So it's up to us to fix it. This is one piece, one part of that. And in the first quarter, January, February next year, you're going to see much more activity of this. The American people's attention is on health care for the obvious reason. It is a very serious problem. But remember this, the Democrats broke it, Republicans are going to fix it.
And that is the story every single time. Every time Democrats break something, they think that we have to clean it up and be guilty for it. I don't think so. I've been set up by brothers telling my mother that I broke something, but it was them. That is exactly the game that they play, and that is exactly how they think. They're childlike. Like, I don't understand why they call us brainwashed and they say we're lying, and yet they don't know what a woman is. They don't know how many genders are there. These people they think they're furry animals. They go out there dressing like clowns, and then they come into our chats and called us clowns. I find that very ironic, don't you? They keep dressing like clowns. They look ridiculous. They have no self of style, nothing, no sense of style of anything. They called us clowns, and yet they dress like clowns. Remember, maybe Bernie with the oligarchy. Well, this one here is his cousin. One more.
Hey, Quay, I'm gonna squash you! Benny! Where the fuck are you? Screw you!
Screw you, libtards! Oh, man, that was too easy. Too easy. Hey, check this out, libtards. Remember when we told you that they were lying about the stats of crime being down in Washington, D.C.? Well, don't take my word for it. Let's take a look and see what happened here. Oh, my goodness. There is a reason why she retired. She quit, and, she stepped down. What is that reason? Let's see. I haven't seen this yet. Let's find out together.
In D.C., responding to allegations the D.C. crime data was manipulated by the outgoing police chief, Pamela Smith. That claim coming from a new House Oversight Committee report. Our congressional correspondent Bill Malugin with the latest on Capitol Hill. Bill?
Well, John, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee say their investigation concluded that this outgoing D.C. police chief was trying to make the city seem a whole lot safer than it really was, and she was doing it by allegedly cooking the books.
Cooking the books. Let me guess what Chicago was doing. Oh, Chicago, crime rates are down 40%. Remember that Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president? She goes to the people and says, oh, crime is down in this city. And the people from the city come here and says to the president, what do you mean? There was over 19 people dead this weekend. Where are you getting this database from? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Fresh, let's see. Can't be. No, wait, don't block the comments. Don't block the comments. I need to read this. Don't take calls. Can't be challenged by anyone. Not dumber than you. So, Fresh, first of all, you are not paying me. Second of all, you don't support me at all. And number three, what makes you think that I'm going to give you the privilege to actually call here and ask me a question? Let that marinate. Let that sink in for a little bit. If I wanted somebody to take me serious, first of all, I would try to compliment them. I will try to be nice. I will try to gain favor so that I may be allowed to make a phone call in. See, you libtards, you think you're entitled to everything. Not in my house. You don't agree with me? Get the hell out of my chat. You think I'm going to cry because you libtards are not in here? Get out of here, bro. This is a MAGA country. Now, for all you patrons out there, do not block any comments. I want to see these people. I want to see them for who they are. So, you want some facts? Well, here we go. Why? Here, I'm going to, if you answer this honestly, and you prove to me that you're worthy of being able to call in here, answer me this question. I'm going to remove all the mods that I have. Do not block anybody. Do not time out anybody. Right now, I don't want any mods deleting anything. Let them put that on there. If anything, what I want you to do is I want you to just screenshot or report them. It's very simple. No mods right now. I will make you mods again when I need you, okay? Let's see. There are some people that have been blocked. Yep. Let freedom ring. That's a good block. He's an idiot. Never brings anything into the chat. Mr. Left Foot is same. That guy is a moron. Not once has he brought in a comment of discussion. Just insults, okay? Now, everybody else that I see on there, yeah, DOA Knife, never come back into my chat. Vet for Democracy, never come back into my chat. They lose the privilege to come in here and talk with us. They don't want to hang out with us, Patriots. They don't have to. All right. With that being said, I only have one mod left, and that's my sister, Trinity. And don't worry, I will make you a mod if I need you to clear stuff out. But right now, I wanted to have this guy get a chance to answer a question. Okay, Eric, this is where I'm going with this. One question at a time. Inflation. Inflation is normal. It's part of the global economy. It is a local economy. Prices will go up. Price of cost of doing business always goes up. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything has to go up, and it does get expensive every year. That is a fact. A lot of things contribute to that. But why is there a affordability? Why is there an affordability problem? I'm going to let you guys answer that on the chat. Here we go. Okay, so I think Eric, right, was asking that economy. Okay, so tell me, Eric, why is affordability so high right now, and what is causing affordability issues? Let me see what you respond on there, and then we'll go from there. When unemployment goes up, crime goes up. Zinc Roofer, you are too late. Crime is up. And these libtards are the biggest problems that we have in our country. Where have you been? Let's let this little clip here finish so that you can understand why. Democrats on blue cities, they cook the books, as they say. Why is the economy falling apart? I guarantee you that you don't know the answer for that.
On crime statistics. So the Republicans on the committee say their investigation consisted of interviewing 7 different D.C. Metro police commanders who represent all of the patrol districts out here. That included a former commander who's currently suspended for allegedly tampering with crime stats in his own district. And these are some of the conclusions they've made in their report. Number 1, they allege that D.C. Metro Police Chief Pamela Smith pressured commanders to report lower crime stats by any means necessary. Commanders testified that Chief Smith pushed them to pursue lesser charges that aren't publicly reported, even for serious crimes, and she also required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. In a statement on this report, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says in part, quote, Chief Pamela Smith coerced staff to report artificially low crime data and cultivated a culture of fear to achieve her agenda. Chief Smith's decision to mislead the public by manipulating crime stats is dangerous and undermines trust in both local leadership and law enforcement. Meanwhile, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser was asked to respond to the House Oversight Committee Republicans' findings earlier this morning. Take a listen.
I don't see any evidence of that. If the claim is, and I don't think anybody has demonstrated that the police chief directed anybody to change numbers. When the committee provides me their backup information, which they haven't, when the committee provided the report to the Washington Post before they provided it to us, highly unusual when you're talking about an audit of numbers.
And John, just moments ago, the U.S. Attorney here in D.C., Jeanine Pirro, responded to this report. She put out a statement on X, which essentially says that, yes, these crime stats.
All right, I'll let you think about it. Why do you think prices are up, since you didn't understand what the hell the question was about the economy? Why do you think prices are up?
Were manipulated, and the manipulation of that data shows that President Trump has reduced crime here in D.C. a whole lot more than initially thought. She went on to say that what happened here with the crime stats does not rise to the level of any criminal charges or a crime, but that the D.C. Police Department has to change their practices moving forward. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I know that before everything changed in the summer, we were all hearing, well, the crime is down in D.C., and none of us had anything to peg that to, so.
Yeah, crime is down in D.C., and it wasn't. Isn't that crazy? Crime is down in Chicago, but yet kids are going out there with guns and everything. But crime is down. They got it under control. Yeah. And you libtards believe that story. Okay, sure. Whatever makes you happy, people. Whatever makes you happy. All I know is that is the truth right there. Okay, so let's go ahead and I want to take some questions from you guys. See where you guys are at. All right, so let's see. Google donor stay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, hey, everybody can Google. You go ahead and Google if you want. That's fine. In Google, we trust. Eric says, tariffs are damaging the economy. Wrong. Immigration policies are keeping tourists down. Wrong. No National Guards there. Okay. All right. See, I already know that you guys don't know why the economy is falling apart in some states, not all. And if you're talking about red states with blue cities, well, how about that? When you allow crime to go unchecked, it causes businesses to go out of business. When you allow Democrats to go and destroy and burn down their whole cities, you think that's going to make the economy great? Do you think that maybe crime is a reason why businesses are going out of business? Because I can tell you here, just in Seattle, Washington, a lot of businesses are going out of business because of crime. But that's not the whole reason why the economy is down. Why are housing prices so high? Tell me that you don't really believe that it's tariffs. Please tell me that you don't believe everything you hear from your dumbass Democrat leaders. Tell me, why is housing so expensive? Prove to me that you're not a libtard. Aldrin says Europeans aren't even here legal. What are you talking about? You, man, so you are a libtard. You want numbers? Seriously? I just show you a clip of a chief of police that was given data, numbers. Numbers. You guys want numbers. How about you open your freaking eyes and go find out what's going on in your city? Put A and B together so you can get a C result. Democrats for the longest, and I used to get so pissed off when they say, oh, look at this. Peaceful protesting, black communities on fire, businesses, windows being broken, looted. Papa and Mama's shop being destroyed by criminals. That's right, Fresh. You're almost there. You're almost there. Not immigrants. Illegal immigrants. Let me find out some numbers for you. As a matter of fact, no, you go do that research. You want to throw some information on here, you do the work. You come over here, clown, and disrespect me on my show. I don't appreciate that. What happened in Seattle? Does anybody know if Seattle has ever been taken over by Chas, by Antifa? Does anybody know that in this chat? Paper friend, I've been doing this shit longer than you were born, I'm sure. Go ahead and tell me, do you know what happened to the police department here in Seattle? Eric, don't be racist. That's a racist mentality. Go ahead, Eric. You can go ahead and get a second chance. You said Trump has been acquitted from his felonies. It's not, bro. Alleged felonies. He was acquitted. That means the charge didn't stick. See, I even put the whole reason what acquitted means, and you're still retarded. Like it doesn't click in your brain for some reason. Okay, let's see what else we got. Does anybody know what happened here in Seattle? Well, many businesses decided to go and close their shop because Antifa and all these libtards actually took over the precinct in Seattle. Research it. Precinct in Seattle has been taken over, and then you read it for yourself. They took out the whole police precinct. They blocked the city. Not the whole city. They call it Chas. Police were useless. You know what our governor said a couple of days later after this happened? During a press conference, he said, oh, I didn't know that was happening. What? Well, you're the governor. You don't know that these terrorists took the precinct? Nobody called you and say, Governor, they're taking over the precinct. Nobody told the governor? The governor that has the power to bring the National Guard in to protect our law-abiding citizens from criminals and libtards that are out there trying to destroy our cities? Yeah, that's right. Go research it, paper friend. Stop talking nonsense over here. Go do the research. Go look at what I'm telling you. The police precinct was taken over. Go read that. I'm sure Google's going to find it for you. Okay, what accident are you talking about? Eddie, you're a moron, dude. Am I going to sit here and just insult a bunch of libtards today? Come on, man. Give me something to work with. I really want to believe. I want to believe that you're not a pure libtard. I want to believe. Go ahead. You guys were on the right path here. Affordability. A hoax that President Trump caused it. That was all Democrats. All Democrats. What? Tell me, geniuses. Did tariffs cause a 9.1% inflation during the Biden's administration? Was that tariffs? Yeah, tariffs. Hey, Eddie, you're a moron. You know you have an accent yourself? You don't speak real English. You speak American English. You are retarded. You have sealed yourself with retarded, followed by MMA. You guys are both betas. My son dog is looking for the whistle. He was convicted but not sentenced. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Great job, Inspector Gadget. Oh well, you didn't have to tell me that you're Hispanic, Eddie. Eddie Hernan. You think that name is not nopal, bro? I know you're Hispanic. And everybody in here, coyotes know that Eddie is illegal in this country. I know. Look at the historic inflation raise. I don't know what the hell inflation raise is. It rained a lot. Grandpa, go have another beer and chillax. All right, so here in Seattle, Washington, what happened was, I don't remember, was this under the, what was it? I know Trump was president. I don't know if this was during the pandemic. I can't remember. But it was the first, Trump's first term. And he tried to deploy the National Guard here, and they said no. So, bro, I am not ashamed of my accent. I wish I had a better accent, but I don't know. Every time I try to sound like an actual Hispanic accent, I end up sounding Russian, and that's not the same thing. All right, you lazy mofos, I'm going to go ahead and go look the information. You lazy mofos. Chaz takes over the Seattle Police Department, refers to the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, a temporary police-free protest zone in Seattle during the summer of 2020, sparked by George Floyd protests. There you go. This is what libtards love to use. They like to defend criminals. This is the same mofo that went and robbed a pregnant woman. This was a man that was a drug dealer and overdosed on his own stupid poison, which, by the way, was laced with fentanyl. That's why he couldn't breathe. Not because the cop had his knee on his back of the neck. It's because he was overdosed. That's why he couldn't breathe. And you morons went out there and almost destroyed half of the country for a criminal that shouldn't be out in the open free. Let's see if we got any videos from that day. Let's take a look. Let's see, autonomous zone. No police allowed. Oh, yeah, this guy is the perfect guy to show off. Let me see who the hell. I want to have to get my gun out here. Somebody trying to mess with my door. Let's take a look at this.
Can I ask why you're following me? To make sure you're not doing anything you don't need to be doing. What would that be? What are the orders you got?
This is what libtards look like. For some reason, the mental state of these people is just crazy. Why do they have to look so retarded like this? I don't understand. They think it's Halloween every day. No, I'm not a pastor, but thank you for asking.
Welcome to Seattle.
Black Lives Matter as they burn all the black owners' businesses. Yeah, fantastic job.
Autonomous zone.
This is my city. George Floyd had nothing to do with my city. And what the hell are these people talking about here?
This is what happens when protesters.
ICE wears masks because of morons like you trying to dox them. You guys think you guys are so smart? You guys are a bunch of retards. You should be arrested for obstructing justice and for doxing our law enforcement.
Take over an entire city block, including a police station. Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. It's about 3 or 4 streets, just famous for being ground zero for protests in Seattle. I've been covering protests here for a decade now.
Oh, it's my city. I pay taxes here. I pay taxes here. I actually pay taxes. I actually pay taxes, unlike these morons that are out there homeless because they don't know how to make money. Eddie, go back to Mexico, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
This is about where they all start and about where they all end at Cal Anderson.
Yeah, I have to show you this because you guys don't know the answers. I never heard of it. I don't know what that is. Where is that at? Old news. Of course it's old news because you think we're going to forget. You see what I'm saying? I tell you something, you call me a liar, and then I show you the proof, and then you call me a liar, and then you go and say that's old news. Seriously? Then you wonder why you guys are libtards. Eric, come on, man. Step it up, bro. Again, let's start over. What hurts our economy? Why are prices so high right now? Why are they so high? And if you said that tariffs is the problem, you're a retard. Give me some logic. Come on. I know you can do it, Brian. You can do it. You've probably just never been pushed to find out what the truth is. Today, let's go. Let's go. You guys ask me, you guys call me a liar. I find the information for you so you can see what I'm talking about, and you say that's old news. Made in America, bitches. Now, this one was made in Bangladesh. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm going to give you one more chance. The topic right now is the economy. What has caused prices to rise? Soybean farmers, $12 billion bailout. What else? What do you think that inflation was at 9.1% in 2022? Yeah, you tell me. You think it was tariffs? You tell me. You tell me. What do you think it was? The question was to you. I know exactly what it is, but what do you think it is? Let's go. I'm gonna play some music for you guys. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Go ahead. You tell me, because I asked the question. You tell me what caused that 9.1% inflation during Joe Biden's administration. Go on. Not tariffs, not the pandemic. Not a pandemic. You used the pandemic to make Donald Trump lose millions of jobs and then brought it back saying that everything was fine and created not jobs, but you gave back the jobs that you took away from the American people, not the pandemic. Democrats try to make Donald Trump look so bad, they shut down the whole country, and you libtards let them. not tariffs. We're talking about the 9.1% inflation under Biden's administration. It's so simple. You just got to accept it. Who declared a pandemic when there was no pandemic? Not the blacks. Stop blaming the black people. Haley, getting closer. All right, you guys want to go that far. Let's just go. Let's go that far. What do you guys think about Fauci, Dr. Fauci? You think he's a good doctor? You think he's credible? You think he made the right decisions? I consider myself an American. I am a Lincoln Mayan descent. Indian. COVID spending? Yeah, that will be one. Now, the pandemic is a make-believe pandemic. They lie to you through the whole pandemic. Hold on. Sorry about that. My kid's dog's over there scratching my door. Yeah, Fauci news. So here's the problem. Let's go way back. Okay, so Fauci was one of the biggest problems that I have with the Trump's administration from day one. Not even 12 minutes have gone by when President Donald Trump took office, which, by the way, it was a democracy that we used to put him in office. And here is the truth about your precious Democrats that are in office right now. From day one, they said the finger to the American voters, and they said we're going to impeach the mofo. They wanted to impeach the president that we put in office. I didn't vote. I supported it. I was not a citizen yet. And this is what forced me to be an American citizen. I got sick and tired of standing on the sidelines. So I became a citizen and tried to give my point of view from an immigrant that has followed the law, always respected the law, and have been proud of this country and what it stands for. And I, for one, will not let any illegal immigrant or any foreigner come over here and destroy this country. Period. That's what I do for a living. With that being said, one of the things that pissed me off about this whole thing with the Democrats, and I saw it right away, Nancy Pelosi behind them ripping the agreement that was supposed to, bring together the both parties. I get it. The other party is always going to not really want to be there and do, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But what's the first thing? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I am not a politician like these guys are out there. I am a simple common folk guy that thinks with common sense. They said, oh my gosh, COVID-19, deadly virus. President Trump says, shut down the border. Nobody comes from China. Oh, xenophobic. Oh, racist. Shut the hell up. I'm sick and tired of hearing you libtards talking shit out of your mouth. Pisses me off. You idiots have been destroying our country and have the nerves to stand in our way when we're trying to fix it. President Donald Trump says, let's close this, let's do this, let's do that, and the whole Congress, all the libtards, all the Democrats, look at him, he's a racist, he's a bigot, oh, we're going to impeach him, oh, he's breaking the Constitution, oh, he's doing this. Shut up already. Enough. I am fatigued. Very fatigued of these lunatics. Fatigue. Trump says to Dr. Fauci live on TV. So do you think that they should wear a mask? No, well, it's our expertise. It shows that no, it's not necessary. And then he goes back on the media without Trump and says, actually, everybody should be masked. What the hell? You just told the president to make a statement on live television to say, no, we don't need a mask. And then he goes and said, yes, we need a mask. And President Donald Trump says, no, we don't need to shut the country down. Fauci says, no, we don't need to shut the country down. And then later he goes and says, oh, we need to shut the country down. Bro, they've been lying back and forth. There's so many proof that they keep lying and lying and lying. What happens? Ventilators, they say. Ventilators is what killed the people. Suffocated the people. You know what that means? I'm not a doctor, bro. I'm not a doctor. You know what suffocates you? Too much air. Lack of oxygen. That suffocates you. Ventilators failed. I remember when I was working at the casino and my co-worker, he says, man, one of my friends just got COVID. I said, hey, tell him, do not get on a ventilator. If he gets on a ventilator, he's going to die. He got on a ventilator and died. Why do I tell you this? Hey, wowzers, calm down, bro. I will get to it. Calm down. I'm sitting here with my CPAP machine. I have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine that supposedly, as I am breathing, and if I stop breathing, it'll breathe for me. It will force air into my lungs. You know what I found out? I woke up in the middle of a failure, a malfunction on my CPAP machine. I couldn't breathe. The machine was throwing way too much air pressure. It was suffocating me. Guess what ventilators do? They breathe for humans. And on top of that, I heard they had to put them in a coma, which can also be a cause of death. They say millions of people died of COVID. And yet, a whole family of 5 died in a car accident, COVID. That was the reason. My father-in-law died of diabetes. All his organs were gone, destroyed. When he died, they said it was COVID. COVID caused it. No, it didn't. People everywhere, accidents, COVID. And then Dr. Fauci comes in with the rest of the libtards and the Democrats and say, if you get vaccinated, you are not going to get COVID. And therefore, you're not going to contaminate somebody else. They lie to us. And then the libtards out there looking at us like we're some low criminals. Like we're just the scum of the earth because we don't want to get vaccinated. You think I forget? Till this day, you morons are in here on a person that stands for America and its freedom. You come in here and talk smack to me. Come in here with retard comments. Don't make sense. Don't ask a question that is legit. You come in here and insult. You think that I'm going to forget everything that I have been put through by the Democrats? All the snowflakes that's actually voted for President Donald Trump that are saying they are now going to vote for Democrats because they're not happy with what President Donald Trump is doing. Oh my God, I don't like what he said about Robert Reiner. I don't like the way he shut the hell up. You wusses. You soft-ass flakes. Man, get some courage, man. Stand up for this country. Fight for this country. If you're an illegal immigrant like Eddie Hernan, I get it. But if you're an American, man, you got to stand up for this country. You think I'm going to forget that they told me that I was going to get fired from my job if I didn't take the jab? If I didn't get the vaccination? And then what happens? President Donald Trump made a joke about some bleach. You idiots out there started to believe this and went off on him about that joke. If you don't know what a joke is, man, you guys are stupid. But you know what? You will find anything to put President Donald Trump down. And I'm going to say, if you're a MAGA and you're a flake, that's your business. You're not a real American. And I hope that if you voted for Trump, you stick to it. We got 4 years. We haven't even completed the first one yet. They lied to me. They threatened to fire me. I had to support my family. I've been having heart problems since I got the injection. Since I got the vaccine, I've been having heart problems. Who's going to give me that back? Nobody. So F you if you still defend the Democrats. They've been lying for way too long. Why do I do what I do? Why do I feel and believe what I believe? Because I am nobody's little biatch. Health problems since I got the vaccination. And what did they do? They forced it on us. They told President Donald Trump it was safe. So what is the president going to say? Hey, take the vaccine. You don't have to, but you can take the vaccine. Even till this day, I remember reading all the stuff on the website about the vaccine and how it can actually kill me. But I was still forced to take the vaccine. I am proud of all the Americans that did not do it. Those police officers that were fired from the force, military, all of these Americans that knew better, they didn't fall into these tyrannical orders. But all the libtards, all the demon rats as they call them, all of you have put their evil on everybody else in this country. Well, no more. We are putting our foot down. And if you voted for President Donald Trump and you dare vote for another Democrat in these midterms, you are a traitor. You are weak sauce. You're a flake. Stand up for your country. Have some guts. Have some faith. So many things have changed. I got old grandpa in here always asking, what have Republicans done in the last 50 years? Like this old man has not been living in this country. Seriously. We go down to the Middle East, we go to Qatar, we make an agreement. What agreement? I didn't say no signing. It doesn't matter what we do, what we say. You libtards are so retarded, you will never be able to understand. Prove me wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. I want you to prove me wrong. I really want to be wrong. I have seen many Democrats, millions of Democrats, coming over to the other side. What do I tell people on my chats? Hey, here you're not a Republican or a Democrat. If you want to be on my chat, it's because you believe that America is first and that you care about America. Simple as that. Guess what? When President Donald Trump says, hey, listen, this medicine right here, it's good. You know, old Trump got COVID. The man still, not one day did he stop working. He was still moving around. He got the medicine that he believed in and got through it. And Dr. Fauci, your hero, your idol, Doctor of the Year, Nobel Peace Prize winner, and all these other fake things that you can put on there. He's not a Nobel Peace Prize winner. I'm just making that up. But you think that he is your God on this earth, Dr. Fauci. That some bitch got a lot of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people killed because of his stupidity, because of his lies. President Trump, the one that they try to make look like a demon, was the only man that was right about the medicine. That make him look bad. Yeah. Now, if you don't understand why, I speak the way I speak, then you have not been living in this country as I have. And if you have, I don't know what the hell rock you have been living under. But for the last couple of decades, Democrats have been lying to us. How can you not see that? Even some Republican politicians are being lied to. They know that the Democrats lie, and they still side with them. It is unbelievable, the times that we're living today. Evil has his days counted. Oh, he made a lot of money, Charlie. He made a lot of money. You just blame Obama for not leaving him one. What? What are you talking? Paper friend, bro. Seriously, how old are you, man? Are you out of middle school at least? Are you out of middle school at least? What are my sources? Me, biatch. I lived through it. What do you mean, what are my sources? Are you guys retarded? What, you want me to quote CNN for you to believe it? You want to go listen to BBC and then you believe it? Go ahead, Denzel. Go ahead and fact check me. I lived through it. They lied to me. And the fact checker said that it was true what Dr. Fauci said. And guess what? Those fact checkers were wrong, weren't they? As soon as I got vaccinated with the COVID vaccine, I got sick 4 times with COVID. One of them, it really almost destroyed my lungs. I couldn't breathe. I had to relax, breathe. F no to ventilators. Yeah, a lot of people didn't get the shots and they didn't even get sick. How about that? A lot of people didn't get the shot. They didn't die from COVID. If your immune system is compromised, it doesn't matter if you take the vaccine or not. Did you know that you couldn't donate blood if you took the COVID-19 vaccine? Do you know why that is? There's a reason for that. And COVID is just one piece of it. After Biden came into office, millions and millions of illegal immigrants came across the border into our cities, multiplying homelessness. Very interesting how that happens. Billions of dollars in healthcare for illegal immigrants, while our veterans are not getting the healthcare that they deserve. While our veterans are out there homeless on the street. And yet, illegal immigrants were staying in hotels, flying on a plane across the border, being dropped off in different states. Let me guess. Are they trying to bring more people in that will vote for Democrats in the future? You better believe it. You better believe it. What are they pushing now? Not only do they want to just have mail-in voting, now they want to be able to vote online. They want to be able to vote over the phone. Here in Seattle, Washington, I had my feelings. I had my feelings. President Donald Trump is not going to make me look bad. DOJ, let's go, baby. Let's go. I remember the time that moron Jay Inslee was running for governor again. I was listening to the voting rolls. When it got to a number over half to make him look like a winner, he stopped. He stopped the elections. He said, hey, that's it. I got more than enough votes. I won. Well, guess what? No. You count every single vote of every registered voter that voted on the election. You know why? Somebody on the chat tell me, why is it important to continue to count all available votes? Anybody? Eddie is gay. Thank you, Unc. John also says Eddie is gay. Eddie is Mexican. He will be going home very soon. Anybody tell me, why is it important to count every available vote? I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. No, nada. Let's see, wrong side, but he's devoted. Let's see, John, choose your channel to come out. Susan Wells, Vanity Fair interview. Dennis, is she speaking the truth? I haven't seen it yet, but we'll go there. We'll go there. Trump's still going to deport you, Baba. For fairness, who's counting the question? Here, hold on. I'll make a poll. Make it easy for the libtards to vote. Let's see if that makes sense. Let's see if that makes sense. How can I put this question so that you guys can understand it? The only say one was there. Nah. I took the, which one did I take? The Pfizer one. Get out of my country, Manos Arriba. That's the way it always used to be. Let's see. Dang it. Let's see if that question makes sense. I didn't know how else to put it up there. So with that being said, what is actually happening is DOJ has been asking all states to give the voter rolls, right? And all the blue states have said no. Why? Why do you think that is? Serious question. Why do you think that is? Yeah? Go ahead, Gordon. Help me put a better question out there. Side, don't come over here judging my grammar, bro. Shut the hell up. Fix my question. How can I ask that question better? Yes, both. But which one do you think that is more important? How do we know that every voice will be heard? Think outside the box. Don't just pick an answer. Pick the one that will make the most sense to you. What will make every voice heard and hold the government accountable for the votes? I'm trying to figure out how can I post this question differently. Maybe I don't know how else to put the question in here. How can I fix that question? That if you think that I did it wrong, how can I fix that question? Go ahead, geniuses. Denza, go ahead. Letitia, go ahead. Tell me how can I put that question better so that you can understand it. How will DOJ do anything to protect it? Well, number one is this. The reason why I want DOJ to actually get those voter rolls, because here's what I think, okay? The reason why I say to unveil voter fraud over to get everybody's voice heard is because every ballot that is fake, it's not the people's voice. That's where my logic went to the question, okay? But if we have if we want to unveil voter fraud, what's going to happen? You have 1 million voters, okay? 1 million registered voters. And then you have 600,000 of those votes go to one person. Logically, we'll say 400,000 and 600,000 is 1 million votes. But guess what? If they finish counting all the votes and you have 600 votes here and 600 votes here, 600,000, and let's say 650,000 on the other, that will put us over 250,000 votes accounted for. Why? We don't have that many people. Why is there 1.2 million voters? Why is there 1.2 million voters? Well, if you count every single vote, that's how you unveil voter fraud. But see, Governor Inslee, when they were doing the elections, he stopped the counting. He declared himself the governor. And there were still hundreds of thousands of votes to count, right? Well, what do they find out when they do the audit? Dead people voted. That's right. They found illegal immigrants voted in the election. And they say they dealt with it. Seriously, let me ask you something. Aztec, you're Mexican. Cy Cardom, bro, you are a moron. Let me ask you a question. If you're Mexican, go ahead and put a 1 on the chat. And then I'm going to ask you a question. Okay? Okay, maybe that poll was crap. There. Let's see if that's a good question. Go ahead. I want all the Mexican people to have a vote in there. I want you to tell me, I'm going to go visit Mexico for vacation, and I think that I want to have this guy be the president of Mexico. I want to know how many libtards in here think that I can vote. Oh my God. Somebody actually voted yes. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, you can't fix stupid, they said. No, not you, Aztec. I know you would say no. It's obvious. The answer is obvious, but the fact that somebody voted yes, I should be allowed to vote for the Mexican president, bro. That's hilarious. That is hilarious, bro. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see. Trigger says, wrong question. Not visit, but live there should be the question. Okay. So if I live there, however you want to pose the question. So if I live in Mexico, but I'm not a resident and I'm not a Mexican citizen, do I get to vote? Should I be allowed to vote? Unbelievable. 5%. 5%. Team, you voted yes, didn't you? I can tell who voted yes. Letitia voted yes. All right. I get it. Unc says, no way, Jose. Jonah says, no. How about Honduras right now? What about it, Roberto? What about Honduras? I know who won. They just don't want to accept it. Absolutely not. Ronald says, yes, if you are in Cancun at the Ritz, you should... This guy. What would Kennedy say? What would Kennedy say? Let's see. Senator Kennedy will say to these libtards in here, you are not the dumbest person on this earth, but you better pray that the dumbest person on earth doesn't die. Man, I'm butchering his jokes. Senator Kennedy is awesome. I love Senator Kennedy, man. He is the best. So is the last one. Okay, you can't fix stupid, says Don Trump. What would your mother say? My mother would be so proud of me. She's the one that taught me to think the way I think. So I think she'd be proud of me. Double tap that screen, guys, to hit the like on the video. Let me see if I have any more breaking news in here. And we're going to go ahead and continue talking about why we have an affordability crisis right now. Let me see. You know what? I do want to share this opinion right here.
Ann Conway, Fox News contributor, former senior counselor to President Trump, and Jason Miller, former Trump campaign senior advisor. Kellyanne, again, according to this Axios report, Newsom's rivals are plotting to take him out. They probably leaked us to Axios about how unpopular his left-leaning views are. Do you put much stock into that this far out?
No, I think the Democratic Party right now is a sideshow. They're a laughingstock. They're so busy talking about 2028, Laura. They've not examined how they got cooked in 2024. It wasn't a squeaker. President Trump won all 7 swing states. He won the popular vote. This had not been done by a Republican in quite a number of years. But I think it's because, but we can't lose focus. My message to the Republicans would be, don't allow the Democrats to seduce you into thinking just by running against them and their never-ending clown show, we can win the midterms, or wait to be rescued by President Trump. We have to go out there and explain what all the benefits of the One Big Beautiful Bill is. People don't know about all the great bennies to employers. They know about the no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security. They know the doubling of child tax credit. But there are so many other things in there that will take hold in 2026. The Democrats created this problem. Trump ran on, they broke it, I'll fix it. And remember, Kamala was the chief architect of what was broken, Laura. She was there while the border was open and porous. She was there when they were spending money we don't have and things we don't need. She was there with the DEI, ESG, BLM nonsense. She was there when we ceded energy independence and dominance to other parts of the world, including Vladimir Putin. She was there with Ukraine. She was there with the Middle East. So she owns so much of this. And the thing about Kamala is she had 4 years in the number 2 spot. So it's not about poll numbers, it's about performance. And she's very underwhelming. I think she's already a punchline for 2028, so let her keep talking.
Oh, I love it. I want her to I want this book tour to never end, personally, Jason. I think it should go on and on. It's like a going out of business sale for the rug store. You know, they're always going out of business. We need to have this continue. Lost our lease, going out of business. But Jason, when I see this crowd and I see the land acknowledgement and the woke policies, they really don't get it. I mean, they have nothing to offer the public except Trump hatred. And to Kellyanne's point, Republicans can't just say, oh, they're left wing. Republicans actually have to talk about this economy and probably do some other good stuff, too, if they can.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And unfortunately for Democrat voters, the only thing Santa will be bringing them this Christmas is a sleigh full of idiots like Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. And of course, there's Joe Biden, who would lose a cognitive matchup against Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But there is a serious point here, and Kellyanne was hitting on this. And the Democrats don't have a political bench. What they have are a bunch of political misfits and political baggage. And when you stack up the Democrats to the successes of President Trump, whether that's securing the border or cutting taxes or bringing about world peace, I think Democrats will look small. As we round the corner into 2026, the economy is going to take off like a rocket ship, Q1 and Q2. And every single Republican has to be out there telling the story about how the economy is doing great, how President Trump is the one who got it done, and how we can win, and we're best prepared to lead this country, not Democrats.
Kellyanne just broke moments ago that President Trump is officially suing the BBC for $5 billion for deceptively editing his January 6th speech to look like he was inciting violence. Kellyanne, wow, this is a big one.
It's a big one, but he's got a pretty good track record so far, Laura, doesn't he? YouTube paid him $21 million for censoring and shadow banning and silencing a sitting president. That went to the Trust for the National Mall. I guess we're going to celebrate America's birthday soon. He got the money out of CBS for 60 Minutes. Look, he got the money out of George Stephanopoulos for wrongly calling him something he's not. So he's got a pretty good track record in calling out the mainstream media, not for giving you the facts and the figures, the news, or even their opinions, but for slandering him. And to take a publicly available clip or speech and deceptively edit that in a way to cast aspersions on the president and his attention, especially on a day like that, it's so foolish. It just shows you Trump derangement syndrome is stage 5. There's no cure, vaccine, or therapeutic. It makes otherwise sort of logical people do very illogical things. I think he's got a point here. And so far, these media companies are kneeling and capitulating over it.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and give these libtards something that they understand. Why don't we go, let's see what CNN is saying about President Donald Trump. These guys really love President Donald Trump. Let's take a look here. CNN, where are you? Where are you? Let's see what CNN is saying about Trump. Let's see. CNN arguing with, okay, let's see. Susie Wiles, let's go there. Let's go watch Susie. I haven't heard what she said.
This just in, a revealing new interview with really the most powerful person in President Trump's White House beyond him, Chief of Staff, Susie.
Most powerful woman. What do you mean person? Woman. She don't know what a woman is either. CNN. You guys.
Wiles commenting and going there on a wide range of topics, it seems, with Vanity Fair in a new series of interviews, from the handling of the Epstein investigation to her assessment of the big names on Donald Trump's team. Let's get to CNN's Elena Treen, who is at the White House. There seems to be a lot in there, Elena. What is your big takeaway?
I mean, look, I've covered the president, and I've also covered Susie Wiles for years now, Kate, and this is one of the most candid interviews and stories that she's offered really from the entire time I've done that. This is incredibly candid, some of the things that she was admitting, because I will tell you too, Wiles is someone who often likes to operate kind of in the shadows and quietly. She doesn't like to draw attention to herself, and that's why I think some of what people are waking up and reading this morning is so stunning to hear about. But let me get into some of the main things that I found very notable from what Chris Whipple, who works with Vanity Fair, detailed from their conversations. One is that Wiles referred to President Trump as someone having a, quote, alcoholic personality. She also talked a lot about the vice president, J.D. Vance, someone who I should note, had this conversion that Whipple noted as well from never Trumper to a MAGA acolyte. Susie Wiles essentially said that change, that conversion has been, quote, sort of political. And she said the vice president has been a, quote, conspiracy theorist for a decade. She also talked about Russell Vought. He is the White House budget chief, but he's also, of course, one of the architects of that notorious Project 2025 conservative blueprint for the future of our Republican Party, something that Trump had previously, of course, disavowed. She argued that Vought is, quote, a right-wing absolute zealot. And then she also went into a number of different things. One, she talked about Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, someone who was one of her closest friends, I should note, in this administration. She argued that Bondi, quote, completely whiffed the handling of the Epstein files. She also talked about how the president, who came in and offered a series of pardons to really roughly 1,000 people who were convicted for their crimes on January 6th, she essentially admitted that she had urged the president not to pardon those who had committed violent crimes on January 6th and on the Capitol attack. She also talked about how she disagreed with him sometimes when it came to tariffs, saying that she had urged him to delay some of the tariffs that he ultimately announced. And it goes on. There's a lot of other areas where she kind of talks about kind of disagreeing with him, but also ultimately her role is as a facilitator rather than, past White House chiefs that we've seen, notably people like John Kelly during the president's first administration, who at times tried to hold him back. She sees as her job trying to kind of shape what he does, but also not preventing him from doing what he wants to do. One very notable quote as well that stuck out to me, just given the context of what's very much in the news right now, is Venezuela. She admitted publicly that one of the goals of this administration and the president is actually to see regime change in Venezuela and oust Nicolas Maduro. I should note that is not what the White House line has been on this. The White House line has been that this is all about trying to crack down on narco terrorists and illegal drug trafficking. She essentially said this on Venezuela. She said, quote, "He wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will." Again, a major contradiction in what we've heard from the White House on all of this. And the last thing I just want to quickly point you to, there's a lot in this. I do encourage our audience.
What's the contradiction from the White House? You see how she just threw that out there and then just moved on real quick? There is no contradiction. We didn't say we're going to stop hitting those boats. We're going to continue to destroy those boats. That's CNN for you right there.
To actually go and read these very lengthy and detailed articles from Vanity Fair. But she talked about retribution, and she said that she had some sort of agreement with the president that she didn't want him to be focused on score settling, that she was going to give him 90 days and then he kind of had to move on from it. But she also acknowledged that some of the recent indictments we've seen against some of the president's political foes, people like the former FBI director James Comey or the New York Attorney General Letitia James, both people who we've seen this Trump administration now bring indictments against. She admitted that, yeah, that kind of is political. She said the Letitia James indictment specifically, she said that one you could call retribution. And so incredible stuff in here from Wiles, who, again, one of the most powerful people, if not the most powerful person in this White House, apart from Trump, being very, very candid in this interview, Kate.
A lot more to come. Elena Treen, thank you so much. Important that you're hearing publicly, really for the first time, someone as high up as Susie Wiles saying that the point is to get Maduro out, not just stop drug trafficking from the nation. This is an important development. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for jumping on.
It's interesting. President Trump's White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, I assume you've met her, you know her. She told Vanity Fair in a newly released interview that her boss, quote, we're talking about the president, quoting her, has an alcoholic's personality, governing with a, quote, view that there's nothing he can't do. President Trump famously does not drink, and Wiles herself grew up with an alcoholic father. Wiles is now calling this a hit piece. How do you respond to that long interview she gave to Vanity Fair?
I didn't see that clip. I saw some other ones about Ukraine that she said about the president. Again, I think it's helpful. If we come back and say, Mr. President, we disagree, he could have had a much better tariff policy if he would have come to the Congress. There's some tariffs I would have supported, but tariffs against 80 countries, for example.
It's really hurting agriculture in Nebraska.
If they would have brought it to Congress, seriously, they would have accepted. Bull crap. Bull crap. They've been fighting tariffs. They've been trying to impeach him on tariffs. Congress will not, I'm talking about Democrats, they will not support tariffs. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? Oh, I'm glad that I'm here. I am glad that I'm here. If you tell me that I'm lying right now, you're a moron. because he just said that if they would have brought it to Congress, they would have signed off on the tariffs. And that's bullcrap because none of the Democrats say they are for tariffs. They want no tariffs. As a matter of fact, these lunatic Democrats, they want us to take off all the tariffs off the table and pay back the money, the billions of dollars that we have collected in tariffs. Go ahead. CNN. There you go. This is why I don't listen to them.
And so he would be better off if more people spoke up, gave him honest feedback, and it would stop him from doing some of the most the zany things out there that he does. And this comments on Mr. Reiner, they were just ugly. Terrible. And we're better than that. And okay, I expect it from some people, normally at a bar or something.
This guy's an idiot. Just like they were trying to pass universal health care for illegal immigrants. Are you kidding me? They shut down the whole government. Our military was not getting paid. The families of the militaries were not getting any food or money to be able to survive. And these morons shut it down so that they can have a leverage on President Donald Trump. These are the same people that you want me to trust, bro? This is the same people that you guys follow? This is the same liar that 14 times Republicans voted yes to open the government. They decided to vote no 14 times. Really? These are the people that are willing to work with President Donald Trump? Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Yeah, whatever. There's your facts right there. You know that what I'm saying is the truth. That is a fact. Go check it. Go fact check that. Go check it. Yeah, that's a fact. That's why I don't listen to CNN, bro. I don't listen to CNN. That is the reason why. 9 p.m. Thanks, brother. You know I'm going to be here. I will be here, Cutting Edge. Thank you for that. These guys, bro, such liars. And then they wonder why we don't want to listen to their news. Okay, one. This guy. You know what, guys? I'm trying to help you guys out. If you guys don't want to learn, just leave my chat. Just leave. You do not need to be here. If you're not going to be here to learn, you can leave. I'm going to open up the phone so that you guys can go ahead. Since you think that it's so important to be audible, you don't deserve the privilege to call in, but I'm going to let you call in. But only about one issue, affordability. Tell me why affordability is so high. Now, I think I remember my phone number here. Hold on. Affordability. That's all I want you. If you call for something else, I'm going to hang up on your ass. Affordability. All right, affordability. All right, 583-1155. Okay. Go ahead, call in. Affordability. Go ahead, paper. Call in. Affordability. Aztec. Aztec or paper. Either one of you morons can call. One of you guys can call. All right, paper friends, show me you care about America and tell me why affordability is so high right now. If you've been to my show before, you should know the answer. Okay, Letitia, go ahead, call in. There's the phone number. Go ahead and call. Go ahead, Letitia. I'll let you Karen ass call in. Let me see what you got. All right, thanks for calling. Who I'm talking to? Call again. Come on. Come on, you called in the right way. What happened? Remember Trump's comment about the actors murdered in Hollywood? There's a dark story behind his comment that only he knows. You have to dig into the story to understand it. Man, many stories people have to dig in. Go ahead and call in. Aztec, go ahead. Prove to me. Prove it to me. Make your argument. Call me. If you're just going to text, you might as well just put it on the chat. You see Cutting Edge? That's a patriot supporting me. He's supporting dialogue. Supporting a guy trying to come in here and allowing people to say what they want to say. But what I want is information that's going to help me understand better. Insults don't do that. So tariffs, that is wrong. Why don't you call me, Aztec? And go ahead and convince me that that you're right about tariffs. Let's go. You compare your facts, I'll compare my facts, and let's see which one makes more sense. Come on. Come on, man. I pinned the phone number so you can see it. Go ahead, Letitia, call in. You call me a coward. Call in. Letitia Jane, Cool Cat Renee in the house. My favorite South California brother. Roger, how the hell do you know you are not even an American? Call me up. Call me up. Aztec said tariffs. Tariffs is what has affordability unaffordable. Why is housing unaffordable? And tell me, why do prices rise up? If you believe that they're tariffs, convince me. Y'all going down with the Tronstein ship. Let's go. There we go. Let's see. There we go. I like it. All right, who's calling and prove me wrong?
All right, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about tariffs or affordability?
Affordability. Why is everything so unaffordable?
Because your guy lied. He literally campaigned on that, did he not? Did he not say that he was going to bring it down on day one? Did he do it?
I didn't say ask me a question. Just tell me the answer.
That's the question. Did he?
Because he lied? That's your answer?
No.
Here, ask me a question. Ask me. Ask me why are prices?
Guy bring down affordability on day one like he said he was?
Ask me. He is. He is.
No, not he is. Did he do it on day one like he said he was going to do?
He's been doing it since day one.
Okay, where?
Okay, I see it here in Washington State. I live in the blue state.
Okay, and I'm here in Arizona.
Okay.
So give me an example.
Egg prices, the biggest example. Okay, but ask me a question. Ask me why our prices so unaffordable?
That's all you got is eggs?
No, there's more, but you tell me. See, I asked you a question. You said because he lied. Number one, he hasn't lied. If you believe.
Oh, he hasn't?
No, he's
Every
been.
time he opens his mouth,
From day one, he's been working on changing.
Everything.
Okay, but you're not answering my question.
What's your question?
So go ahead. Tell me, why do we have such unaffordability on housing and everything else?
On housing, okay. Other than the fact.
But
that he
wait.
lied?
Before you answer, let's get a fact straight real quick.
Okay.
You said that he lied because on day one, right? On day one, he promised he was going to bring prices down. Now, what does that tell you right there?
That he's supposed to bring prices
No,
down.
no. What does it tell you that he said on day one, I'm going to bring prices down? What is one fact that he's giving you by that statement that you know is true?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
You don't see it? It's in the question. So you said that he lied about bringing prices down on day one.
Yeah.
Okay, if you take it literally, I agree with you. But that statement, what does that statement tell me about the pricing? You see what I'm saying?
He hasn't brought prices down.
Yeah,
Because
so does that mean?
If he has, why are people struggling
Okay,
more now?
but we'll continue. Yeah, I'll get to it. I'll get to
Why
it.
has it been hundreds and hundreds and thousands of jobs that have
Okay,
been lost?
so you
300,000 black women alone.
before you can
beginning of
debate me
this
on
year.
this, you have to understand we gotta make sure we get a fact straight from the get go. So you are acknowledging. Okay, yeah, that's stuff I agree with you. So you are acknowledging that prices were very high before Trump came in office.
Not very high. They're higher.
Okay, so if they're not high, why are you complaining about affordability?
They're higher.
You messed up already. You messed up. Listen, all you got to do is say yes. I agree.
Let's understand one thing. You seem like you what? Maybe in your 40s, maybe.
Almost a half a century old. Yeah, 50.
Okay. Cool. All right. Okay. So you've been living long enough to know once prices go up, they don't go down.
Yeah, they can come down a little bit, but not too much. I agree.
You've been living long enough to know that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ever since our gas went over $2.
Yeah.
It never went below $2.
It is never going back down. Not here. Not in other states, yes. In other states, yes. Not here.
Here's the thing. Now, in some places, it's over $4 right now. Some places it's at like $2.55.
Some people have $5.
Some let's see, where in some places where we at out here right now.
Yeah.
Where I could get gas for like $2.55 a gallon.
Damn. $3.25 is the cheapest that I found here in Washington.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so
there's a reason for that.
So here, let's go ahead and go right here.
There's
Gas.
There's a purpose why it's cheaper in some places when it costs more in other places.
Okay, here.
Not every gas station gets their fuel from the same source.
Now, why did the price go down?
The price of what?
The price of gas,
right?
Yeah, fuel. Why did it go down?
Okay, that global fuel company, that global gas company. What's the name of them? I can't think of their name right now, but it's a global fuel company, right? That sells their gas at $10 a barrel to where they can still actually make a profit, right?
You're almost there.
Now,
You're almost there. Go ahead.
Now here we got drill, baby, drill.
Yeah.
Right. Now that oil is from a different source. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so that oil being from a different source, that oil is at $40 a barrel. Now, if they went down any lower than that, they wouldn't be able to make.
They can't make a profit. That is correct.
On that oil.
That's correct.
Now, on the global market, where they selling their oil for $10 a barrel, they can still make a profit. They can still do that. Okay, so now that global oil company,
Who's selling it for $10 a barrel? I've never heard of that one.
Can crush any oil company here in the U.S. without even sweating.
Okay.
Bottom line, period.
Okay.
That's the difference in. Sorry, that's the difference. And my wife told me I was talking too loud, but that's the difference.
Boy, you better keep it down. Man, I'm with you. You better keep it down.
That's the difference, though, in the oil prices. That's the difference.
Okay, here, I got a question for you.
At the pumps here in Arizona than where you at there in Washington.
Okay, so answer me this question. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, why didn't Biden do that? Why didn't Biden? Why couldn't Biden lower the price of gas?
He don't have the power to do that.
Oh, he does.
No.
Yes, he does.
Look, why do people think president got anything to do? Unless they, like the first George Bush, like the Bushes, they actually had interest in oil because they actually owned oil companies.
So you're saying the president? You said the president doesn't have the power to fix the barrel pricing.
No.
Okay.
They don't own the oil companies.
That's right, they don't. But the president is supposed to.
Oil companies are private corporations.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you why he couldn't. Okay, you ready? Because it's not just that the president has to say yes. No. Hey, stop calling. I'm over on the phone. When I hang up with him, you guys can call in, okay? See, look, now everybody want to call in. They're feeling gutsy. All right, this is why he couldn't do it, right? Policies. You know policies got a big thing to do, okay? Now, inflation went up to 9.1% under the Biden administration. We also know that each barrel of oil went up to $150 a barrel. What brings the prices up in barrel at that high? Well, number one, the president's decision to accept the congressional voting on, for example, electrical cars, right? Electrical cars. So they're going to get rid of, gas vehicles. They went against fracking, right? All these policies that the Biden administration was going for, supposedly to keep our environment clean and the Green New Deal and all this BS, okay? I don't believe in none of that. That's just me. You don't have to agree with that. That's just me.
You don't believe in global warming?
That's just a nature thing that's going to take its course. There's nothing we can do to fix that. Now, here's the thing. You said President Biden couldn't do it, right?
Let me get this out just really quick. Like, okay.
Wait. Let me finish with the gas. Because I don't want to come back to it. Go ahead. Okay. So $150 barrel of gas under President Biden. It's $58 under President Donald Trump. That is why gas prices are down. Now, I know that in blue cities, taxes have gone up because of the new year, new government, etc. Okay, so taxes are up. But President Trump was able to bring gas prices down. And yes, you heard it. Drill, baby, drill, right? So he was able to make deals from day one, working on these deals, put the tariffs on to make sure everybody comes into the table where they didn't want to talk to us before, but he got them to come and negotiate. So we agreed that President Donald Trump was able to lower gas prices where President Biden couldn't. Do you agree with that?
Well, somewhat. And I'm gonna tell you why. And it don't really matter who's in office.
No, but you have to have a yes or no.
Or the campaign. And I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it through you and through your comment section. Watch your comment section after I say this. Every election, I don't care whether it's, especially federal elections, when it comes to Congress, Senate, especially presidential elections. Next year, in the midterms, watch gas prices go up. Next presidential election, watch gas prices go up.
I'm going to see you back on my channel next year. Okay? I want you to come back on this channel and be like, hey, Dennis, shit, man, you were right.
I'll look for you.
Yeah. No, we're looking forward to 2026 for sure.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'll give you another thing, as far as what we was talking about earlier.
Which one?
And that actually relates to what I'm talking about now. And I'm pretty sure you've seen this. If you time it, chemtrails. Everybody watch the comment section. If you see chemtrails in the sky, ain't no telling what they spraying on us. That's one. But two, if you see chemtrails in the sky, time it. No more than about 2 weeks, you're going to have rain from what they putting in the sky. And you could clock that.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? They spraying stuff on us, man.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with it. They spraying chemicals on us.
How do you make water?
You don't make water. Water comes from the ground.
No.
Everybody knows that, man.
All right. What's the chemistry of water?
H2O.
What does the H2O stand for?
Hydrogen to oxygen. Everybody knows that.
Is that how you make water?
Everybody that has a brain knows that.
So if we have that, is that how we make water?
No, that's not how we make.
That's exactly how you make water.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah, man.
So if I give you some hydrogen, right?
Yeah.
I give you some hydrogen, and then I give you some oxygen.
Uh-huh.
You think you could be able to make water out of that?
Yeah, that's how you make water. That is the chemical structure.
That's the chemical
That's the
in water,
chemical,
yes.
man. Yeah.
Or that's the chemicals that's in water.
Yeah, that's how you make it.
That's in the water, that's in the ocean, same chemical of water
Yeah,
that's in the lakes and rivers and everything.
except the
Very same
H2O in the ocean has saltine on top of it.
But if you have those two ingredients
Yeah, it's water.
separated, do you think you can put it together and make water?
Well, that's why they spray it up there. That's why they put the hydrogen up there. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean,
We gotta let somebody else call in. All right, so you agree with me? You said kind of that you agree that Biden couldn't bring gas prices down, but President Donald Trump did. We know that eggs under Biden, they were way high. I couldn't buy them here at Costco, but as soon as Trump came in, within a couple of weeks, bam, I can buy eggs again at a cheap price again. So I got two things over there that I believe that have been changed great because of President Donald Trump. Let me see if Aztec is trying to call because he's been talking a lot of shit on my chat. Hey, what was your name anyways? I didn't get that.
This is Denza.
Denza. What? I thought you was a girl. Why you Denza Letitia, bro?
Yeah, me and my wife share the same.
Oh, okay. So the wife is the brains. You better behave, man.
Yeah, and she just came out on me again, so I do have to go.
That's right. Hey, man, be blessed, man. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate
you too.
Take it easy, brother. All right, let's see who else calling in. All right, who's calling in?
Hey, this is Kaylin.
Kaylin. Where I don't see Kaylin on here. What's the username?
At Envious Mods.
Envious Mod. Okay, so you're not Aztec. I'm waiting for Aztec to call. I call him Aztec, but it's not Aztec. Wait, no, there is an Aztec. Go ahead, brother. What is your question?
Well, actually, I do this for a living. This is what I study. Like, I agree with the vast majority of what you say, for sure, because it's all based off of fact and truth.
Yeah.
I just want to give my 2 cents in any question you had, because literally I've dedicated my life to this.
I like it. What's up?
Ask a question. I'll give you my take on it.
Affordability. Why are things so unaffordable right now?
Right now, my take on it is in the past, like 2008 and even previous to that, we band-aided a situation that could have been taken care of well before that, but we didn't want the pain that came, plus printing money, plus changing interest rates made it even worse.
Yeah.
It's a whole propagation of an issue that was never dealt with throughout. I mean, we've been dealing with this for a long time. That and dropping off the gold standard made a big difference.
I like that. Yep. That's something nobody touches, but yes. You're right. That's what the whole thing is for you. Just those two things.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more complex than that, but definitely those are big variables.
Somebody in the chat says that is due because of tariffs.
No, tariffs like currently? No.
Yeah.
Like. No, that's stupid. Like, if you look at it and you don't, it's a pen and paper idea is what I call it. Like, if you look at it on pen and paper, it sounds like one thing, but that's not what it is in actuality. Like, that's why we study these things, using the scientific methodology, because people just believe stuff that they see for face value, but that's not how it actually works.
Do you mind if I ask for your opinion on something?
Of course.
Do you? So you already know this statement, right? High demand, high prices, right? Low supply, high demand. Do you believe that, let me see if I can pitch this right. You believe that every year inflation is calculated to go up according to the population growth in each city and state. With that being said, do you believe that millions of illegal immigrants coming into our country will create a very high demand for housing when we already have a shortage of housing? Do you think that would make housing unaffordable?
Well, we can look at a bunch of different things we have a precedence for, right? Look at history.
Yeah.
In Europe, they have this problem. It's kind of existential for
Yeah,
them.
that's what I'm getting at.
We see that immigrants come in, the housing costs go way through the roof. The cost of not the cost of living, but the cost to pay for your, let's call it minimum wage, right, goes down.
Yeah.
Because you have a bunch of people working for illegal wages that are not even at the minimum. So that goes down, and then you have housing. Obviously, more people. You have millions of people influxing the country. You're going to have a housing problem.
Yeah.
Europe has had their problem for a while now, and we can look at that as a direct example.
Yeah, I agree. So do you think, let me see what the other point that I have in here. Do you think that having people work under the table and sending most of their money to foreign countries, do you think that will affect the economy in the United States of America?
Of course it will. I mean, you're sending all. So pretty much it comes down to, are you spending the money locally, and what are you doing to affect the market, right? They're affecting the market because they're not offering health care for these people. They know they have leverage over these people, so they're offering them less than minimum wage, less than even favorable conditions most often.
Yeah.
And then they're also not. We know overwhelmingly from statistics, third party, that have done many of these studies, that we know that overwhelmingly this money is not only being done in that way, but then it's being sent outside the country. This is has to do with a social thing that other countries do. When they have people that go to more advantageous areas, they send the money back to help their family out, which is great, except for in this scenario, it's not great for our economy.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good job, man. I agree with that. I know that there is a lot of migrants, residents that are legal to work here, and they are being pushed like Americans. They're being set aside, and they try to bring people with their H-1B visas to come and work at farmers, and stuff like that. But they give them the worst conditions, and they tell them, hey, you can take the job or leave it, or we're going to deport you. And it's just like, they get rid of the legal migrants, Mexicans, and some of them are illegal, but for the most part, most of them are legal to work. And because they know that they're supposed to get benefits, because they know how it is supposed to be for a laborer or employee to be treated in this country, they set them aside, and then just they fire them, they lay them off, and then they bring all these migrants to come in and take those jobs away from them, instead of being held accountable and actually providing, work for the actual people that are meant to be able to be in this country legally and working for their families.
Well, that's the whole problem, is a lot of people think that they're fighting for this for people that are illegal immigrants or whatever you want to refer to them as. But it comes down to this. They're instilling an environment where companies, big corporations, have leverage against those people. They're treating them subhuman. They're paying them subhuman, and then they're acting like they're doing it for something that's really just performative. Oh, we're doing this, we're helping them out. No, you're degrading our economy. You're harming them quite often. I mean, these are horrible conditions, and we know this to be the fact. And so you're not giving them anything even minimum wage workers in the United States get, because they have ultimate leverage over them. I mean, it's that simple. It doesn't matter what your race is, your belief, your religious beliefs has nothing to do with the stats and the statistics on it. It's inhumane. It's horrible. We should not be doing this, and we need to do better. We're Americans. We are setting the precedents for the rest of the world, and we need to act like it.
That's right. I thought you were going to come in and take my head off. I agree with everything you say, and I appreciate your opinion on that. I think you are actually, you're not picking a side. You're trying to use common sense right in the center, and that's exactly what I want on here. I want people like you that would actually give me something to actually put together, and that makes sense. So I'm glad that we agree on most of everything. I'm sure you're not going to agree with the way I talk about everything, but essentially that's the right mentality. I like it.
That's the point, though. We're not supposed to agree on everything because we're different people. But nonetheless, if we can have a back and forth that's honest and fair and true, that's what matters. That's what we're missing in the world right now.
Yeah. Hey, thank you so much for calling and for your opinion. I appreciate you. You have good expertise, and my veteran time on my side brother on the chat says you are legit. So
said he was a veteran?
Yeah, he's a veteran, yeah.
Much respect. Thank you for your service, man. I got nothing but love and respect for you and your family. That's a tough thing to do, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Take care, man.
You too, brother. All right, who's calling?
Hello?
Yeah, who's calling?
Oh, hey, sorry. Let me pause you. Hey, this is Aztec.
Aztec. Oh man, hang up on this guy right now. Just take him off.
What?
No, just kidding.
Man, the solution is free market housing.
Yeah.
When they let the illegal aliens here in San Diego, they let them build whatever house they want. They don't get building inspectors. They get enough money off the local unregulated landscaping house building economy that we're not allowed to do.
Yeah.
So they can just build their own homes pretty much. They also have really cheap housing because of trailer parks. They won't allow them to build trailer parks in the city. There's like Chula Vista National City. They got super cheap housing.
Yeah.
And in Tijuana, guess what? No regulations. If you have zero regulations,
Yeah,
you can have shanty towns,
Yeah.
slums, but they don't have rule of law.
Yeah.
You have to have rule of law first because those shanty towns are controlled by cartels. But if you had rule of law, you would have free market. There's no housing problem with free market. We could have cheap housing, free trailers, not free trailers, really cheap bicycle towed $300 trailers that any homeless person could build in a parking lot if they allowed it.
Yeah.
Every weekend they could be building these trailers. They have, you know what it is.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that what we have here, at least here in Washington State where I live, is we have a lot of regulation. We have a lot of block on permits to build and construct, and it really is just affecting the contractors and the people that are trying to invest legally. You know, they're legal to do, and they're trying to follow all the laws and regulations, and they're just being construction blocked. You know, and the problem with it is that we keep voting people in that don't want to see progress. They think that they're saving the environment with this and that, and it's just like, bro, you're stopping development that can be housing people. You know, it becomes very unaffordable to get a house for quite a few reasons, right? But I always tackle property taxes. I always tackle regulations, permits. There's an extra cost that they're doing on investors. And then
I wouldn't even be able to afford the fucking property tax for a house that my parents paid off, and then I might get to inherit one day. I wouldn't be able to afford the fucking property tax.
Yeah, and that's BS. And I'm against it 100%. Yeah.
The canyon homeless people get to trash the canyons around here. All of the fucking apartments, everything around. They got the giant UCSD parking lot. They destroy the canyon, build up a new parking lot with public money, and then they just dump homeless people here. And then they come to our neighbors and tell them that their ADU they built in fucking 1997 is illegal, and they got to tear down their whole fucking garage that they were renting out to Airbnb for fucking just because some fucking person called it in. You know, anti-selective enforcement, just fucking what is that, 14th Amendment, whatever. You know, we got to get rid of the fucking housing bullshit. Look at Tijuana. They're able to build shanty towns. I'm going to go back to my point. You got to have trailer parks. That's it. It's housing. Not everybody gets to have a mansion. People got to be able to live in trailers, trailer parks. They don't want to build trailer parks. San Diego has a $4 billion budget. They can spend $200 million and build a fucking private or public hybrid trailer park. It could be all
Aztec.
private. Build a private trailer park.
You just demonetized my freaking channel with all the F-bombs, bro.
Oh, sorry. I got Tourette syndrome. I really do. I was diagnosed when I was 11. I got an EEG and everything. It's Scripps Medical. I really do.
It's all good. we have some. We got a lot of trailer parks over here, to be honest. And there's an area. It's called Sultan. It's just east of me, not too far east from where I am. But there's an area called Sultan, and the whole trailer park property there is all Mexicans. I kid you not.
Well, look, yeah, I know. You can build.
Couple of white
Trailer
people.
parks. You can build nice trailer parks. You have to build them
Hell
like
yeah.
Airbnb,
Yeah,
so they're
yeah.
rented out to students.
Yep.
Young people should be able to go around the country
Yep.
like Atlantis, where everything's a big hotel and everything's
Yep.
automated. But you have to have a blockchain, cryptocurrency back end for the whole economy. Every school has to have like blockchain. You have to have kids saving up with cryptocurrency since they're a little kid. We're never going to do any of this shit. We're never going to have like a solid money system. We're never going to have like a government that's not trying to replace us. So what are we even talking about all these other issues for?
Yeah, well, affordability is one of the biggest things that we have to deal with, and I just think that having just millions of people just overpopulate cities, it's going to cause a problem any day. Hey, man, thanks for calling in, man. Let me see if I can get somebody else. Yeah, man, good talking to you. Take it easy. All right, Aztec, give me a call. Yeah, he's AXA. When you said that, I figured. All right, anybody else that wants to go ahead and call in about affordability? Remember, affordability. What is causing everything to be unaffordable? I think by now you guys have some knowledge. You can call in if you want. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Patriot Chick says we don't vote them in. I'm in California where they did not vote for Newscom. I bet a lot of people, they say they didn't vote for this, and yet there they are. All right, who's calling?
Hey, this is Caitlin again. I hope I can just say one more comment.
Oh, okay. Well, where you from? Oregon?
Yeah, Oregon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in Central Oregon now. Used to live near Portland. Then when that went horrible, I moved away.
Yeah. Hey, man, I don't blame you. All right, go ahead.
I feel like all these people are encroaching at me, but nonetheless, I just want to say, like, we need to give people a little more respect, have public discourse, and love for each other. We're Americans, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an American.
That's right. That's right. That's what I want in this chat. It's just you have to understand this. It's kind of like not that I'm a police officer. I'm not in there. I'm not even down to their ankles, okay? But this is just why I understand police officers, when sometimes they have to be hardcore because, dude, we don't see what they see. People pointing guns, shooting at them and all this stuff. So when you're in my chat and I have all these like crazy libtards that come in here and they just insult after insult after insult, it's like, bro, this is what you want. So that's the way that I treat people. And believe me, Trinity, my sister on here, sister in patriotism, she knows that I try to ignore a lot of negative comments, but bro, sometimes I just can't, and it changes you. And this is what I always tell people, right? Don't go out there obstruct ICE. Don't go out there and be stupid because we are emotional animals. We really are emotional people. Once you get the adrenaline going through your body, and then somebody said the wrong thing, you can snap. Somebody bullies you, and you build up inside. I mean, these police officers, these ICE agents, they are human, bro. They're not robots. Yeah. And you've seen the videos from anybody. They're always yelling right in their face. I mean, I don't know. If I get on your face and I start calling you names and even drop in a couple of, bombs in there that you really get offended by, you're going to try to deck me. That's so yeah, I believe respect, we got to give respect to receive respect. Believe me, if these people saw me in person, who knows? Maybe they will still try to kick my ass. But if they saw me in person and we talk, they will understand that I'm not the animal they think I am. I'm actually pretty chill.
Can I just make one comment relative to what you said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I always tell people all the time, like, this is what I study, like social structures at large scale and economies and stuff like that. That's what I'm an autistic savant. This is what I do. This is the only thing I'm actually good at. But nonetheless, like, if you are on social media or anything like that, and if you have a response to whatever is being posted that is an emotional response, they're doing that for a specific reason.
Yeah,
you can
true.
track it back to what are they accomplishing, what are they making that's advantageous for them.
That is
right?
true.
Are they making money off of it? Are they making this off of it? Because guaranteed, they know how to use your emotions against you, and that's what's being propagated everywhere right now.
Yep.
Like, it's crazy, but that's what it comes down to. You got to take that breath, like you said. You got to take that beat. You got to calm down. You got to push the emotion away and make it like a good decision based off of not emotion.
Yeah.
Because they're counting on that and they're weaponizing it against people.
Yeah. Well, most people know that already that I have ADD, ADHD, and they know how to trigger it. I fight it every day. Believe me. And there's days that I can't.
Yep. But, I mean, honestly, they're trying to separate and divide us. That's what they're doing, and they're very good at it, obviously. We're all divided right now. We all hate each other. But if you wipe away the bias, the bullshit conversation, sorry, my language, the BS conversation, like, if you just had an honest conversation with your neighbor or even someone that believed the opposite or the opposite political party of you, if you wipe that away and you just had a conversation, 95% of what we believe in or more is the exact same. We're just made to believe it's different, but it's really not.
Yeah. Yeah, I try, bro. There's some days that I have actually very good, I feel, very good lives because I was able to control myself and not let all these people come in and trying to get in my head. But it's like it's what's I think that what triggers me and frustrates me, and this is when they get me. It's you have to understand this. If I don't care about you, and you know this yourself, and test me on this, you know this. If you don't care about a girl, it's easy for you to just ignore and just, neglect. Yeah. But you care about your girl. So when she does something to you, it touches you even harder because you love her, right? So it's like when I'm talking to people, it's like everything that I'm saying here, respect the law, put America first. I try to explain, listen, sometimes you got to help Venezuela because, sometimes you have to help Argentina. They don't understand what this America first is. They don't understand that there's investments that need to be done. There's deals they have to do around the world. We have Congress, we have senators, governors, mayors. They're supposed to take care of the local stuff. The president is not nobody's babysitter. The president is there to give you extra support. He's doing international things. You have people like Marjorie, Green that's going out there saying, oh, he should be here locally. No, he's not your daddy. He's not babysitting. You guys do your job here, so he's allowed to do the job that he needs to do with other presidents. And so when I say stuff like that, people just get triggered. They don't like it. Blah, 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 Trumpster. I always say this. Forget that it's Trump. Look at what's been happening. Is he putting America first? Is he getting rid of illegal immigrants because Americans are asking him to make sure that this country gets more jobs for Americans? How do you let go of 21 million illegal immigrants coming in within 2-3 years? It is crazy. And they still don't want to see that part. They just see Trump as a pedophile, he's a rapist and all these other things that could be true, could not be true. It doesn't matter what he does or what he says. They're always against him. But my point is always this. You're hurting us, not him. You're hurting us. You and me are fighting. Why? You hate the guy. I get it. But I'm not that guy. I support him because he's doing what he's supposed to do. But if somebody else better comes in, I'm a big believer on this. You and I are both different parties. An example, not that we are, but an example. You and I are both different parties. What do people want to see come out of you and me? I'm going to fight with you because I want to be better than you, and you should fight me because you want to do better than me. Meaning, okay, so what do people want? Okay, so people want A, B, and C. You and I say we're both going to do it. Okay, so now we're on the people's side. Now it is a matter of you and me fighting who's going to do it better. And that's the only argument that I want. I don't want to... You know what I'm saying?
We lost that a long time ago. We lost that so long ago.
I agree.
I don't know why we lost that, but that was when America was the best it was.
Yeah.
It was about being the best at it, but not like doing it lazily, as in anyone that is different than me, then therefore they don't exist. It was a competition. We were doing better. We spurred each other on and not tore each other down. We kept making it better.
Yeah. Well, I think I think that what people want has changed drastically. Like, we know the leftists are always there's many genders. They think women are men, men are women. We don't agree on that. They think that LGBTQ has priority and Christians are demons. We don't agree with that. And so those things will never, ever allow us to be united, because they're totally different things. The Muslim religion is not to assimilate to Western civilization. They want to make us Muslims and respect their religious law over our law. And that is wrong, and they defend that. I don't defend criminals. I don't stand with illegal immigrants. They call me a coconut. You know what that means, brown on the outside, right?
That's kind of the problem, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really, when it comes down to it, that's a problem is everybody thinks that everybody has to have the same opinion, and that's when communism comes in and
that's right.
all this other things. It's like we're supposed to
He
have
said it,
different
guys,
opinions
not me.
with different people.
That's right.
We're different people. I mean, plain and simple. We're not supposed to agree on everything, but if you wipe away the message that's being propagated, if you actually are honest with people, then we're all thinking very similar, and we're supposed to have difference. We're supposed to celebrate our differences. That's what makes us capable and powerful.
I agree.
Like, the differences are advantageous. We're not supposed to wipe them away and act like they don't exist. We're not supposed to act like we all need to think the same thing, because we're not getting the advantage when we do that. That's what makes America great and amazing, is because we all have different ideas and opinions. And that's when you make something better than it was before.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, at least you can see why I argue the way I argue. I always tell people, because I used to support Democrats a lot, but they're just not the Democrats anymore, man. We lost them.
Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for calling back, brother. You tell your wife that the Dennis Herrera show says that you were a good man.
I appreciate that. If you guys ever want to do a back and forth, I'd love to have a conversation for a show or something. I mean, it's up to you guys, but
I just
that'd be great.
because of the whole restriction on how YouTube is throwing videos out there, I haven't been able to get these two cameras on here to have somebody
No,
on.
no problem. No
But
problem.
but yeah,
I
man,
just
we'll
putting it
continue to
out
use the
there, but
phone until I get
much
better at
respect.
least.
You're doing the good work, man. I
Thanks, brother.
appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thanks for saying that.
All right,
Have a
take
good one,
care.
bud. Take care.
All right, peace.
I see. All right. Somebody was testing the line. Appreciate it. All right. So there you go, guys. For all of those that keep calling me a coward and all this other stuff, no more calls, guys. You missed your chance, Mr. Bustin. But thank you guys for calling in. I appreciate that. I wanted to show you that I got nothing but love for you guys. There will be another time that I will allow you guys to call in and, get your questions in. What do we got in here? Let's see. That is why the vice president should be the first. What, like it was written when the press promised, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Bro, I got three, I think it was three great callers that called in, or one double and then a third one. So, no, this phone number that I give to you guys, number one, I don't answer unless I am actually open to take the phone calls. Okay, that's not my personal phone number. So don't be trying to spam it and leaving voicemails and texting. That's not going to work. But I can tell you, man, I appreciate some of the guys that were in here. It seemed like there was negative chat on the live chat, but actually they got some good points. And I think that the whole myth of President Donald Trump has made everything unaffordable. That's why he calls it a hoax, because it's not something that he created. And we got a couple of things that we can argue and say. If it wasn't Trump, would you be happy that this person in president right now in the Oval Office was able to bring a barrel of oil that used to cost $150 under Biden, bringing it down to $58 a barrel? That's how you get gas prices down. And what we hope is, by getting gas prices down, that businesses, with time, keeping prices down, they will be able to do more business, spend less in fuel and deliveries, and hopefully that affects produce and things like that. I know that there is a lot of technology out there that people are working on. We have a lot of genius engineers, even from out of this country. I would recommend one thing. If you guys are young enough or you got kids, why don't you give them an option to become engineers? I don't know, whatever the masters or the bachelor that they need to work on high tech, etc. Teach them to invent more, auto mechanics, and we need to have technicians, mechanics, all kinds of tradesmen all over the country. So we're bringing manufacturers back. What you don't understand that is it takes time to build manufactories. And I think in Arizona, the brother that called me in, Danzel, I think it was, Danzel is in Arizona. I believe that they're building a manufactory down there. I know that one of the things that President Donald Trump is encouraging is maybe having them use nuclear power or something like that, to where the actual manufacturers will use their own electricity and maybe even give some of that out to cities nearby. I think that's what he said. Don't quote me that, because that's just me trying to remember what he said about it. But yes, I gave you a little dose of CNN so that you libtards over there hating me don't go too crazy with me. Let me see. I think the crime chef has put a new cocktail for us to watch on illegal immigrants getting arrested or deported. Let me pause that really quick, get this set up for you guys to watch. I don't need to be this big. I'm not that important. Let me see here. And I hope that we get some more live feeds to look into. Let's see. Let's put you here. Guys, don't call my phone because I'm not going to pick up that phone, okay? Let's see if that will work right there. I don't want to make it too big because you guys got to watch this. There we go. Make that big right there. Bada bing, bada boom. And all right, here we go. 95 viewers. Let's see. Somebody put in some jobs over there. Some job alerts. Job alerts. CNC operators needed. I don't know what CNC is. Trump supporters are keyboard warriors. Thank you, Jay. We know that you are a keyboard warrior all the way from Kenya. Don't think you can fool us, man. We seen you. We know where you at, man. We know where you at. Let's see. Trinity says at Trumpster 74, Jay isn't even in the USA. See, she knows what I'm talking about. Let's say we don't hate you. We just think you are on the wrong track. Eric? Okay. All right, let me see. What else do I have in here? Maybe I have something else. Let's see. I think I have. Oh, that's right. I didn't see this one. Let me see. I wanted to watch this one from.
Thank you all for being here today.
Yeah, I haven't watched this. So, 8 minutes, and then we'll get to the crime chef. So, for some of you guys who are new to my channel, if you don't know why I play videos, is because some videos I haven't seen myself, and I take advantage that my Patriot family wants to watch them with me. So a lot of times, if you're on the left side and you don't want to watch it, it's okay. I do it just for the people that want to hang out and just pretty much chill. You know, we do enjoy the good news. You know, we do enjoy, you know, being on the edge of our seats, trying to find out if we were right about everything. And so far, it seems like we are right about everything. Even this, if you don't believe me, go ahead and Google Gulf of Mexico. And if you think that the Google's giving you the wrong information, you might just be on the wrong country. Okay, let's find out what this is about. Secretary of State Marco Rubio signs a status of forces agreement with Paraguay. Foreign Affairs ministers, man, let's go. I got to hear this because we have Chile, Argentina, Venezuela pretty soon, Honduras, I don't know about Mexico, but Paraguay is down South America. Let's hope this is something good.
Today, thank you to the Foreign Minister of Paraguay for joining us here today. This is a historic step in our partnership between our two countries. This status of forces agreement, once again, it demonstrates our shared commitment to security, regional security. The biggest threat in the Western Hemisphere that we face is the threat of transnational criminals networks, transnational terrorist networks. We've said this, if you see it in the document we put out just about 10 days ago in our national security strategy. If you look at the fundamental problem in the hemisphere, the most serious problem we have in our hemisphere is these transnational terrorist organizations who are not ideologically terrorists in many cases, but are financial and economic in their basis, but nonetheless are operating as terrorist organizations and threaten the stability and security of the region. It's a problem we see in multiple places, and we need strong partners to confront them. We need strong partners in the region that understand that that's the biggest threat in our hemisphere and are committed to working with us to confronting it. And we can do it in a way that also respects the sovereignty of our partner nations. So what we signed today is a status of forces agreement that allows us to formalize a partnership that already exists and that we want to build upon, that allows us to train together, that allows us to advance the transfer of equipment that they need for their own security, that allow us to share intelligence in real time, that allow us to operate together when necessary, and in the case of any contingencies. By the way, this includes having an opportunity to very quickly partner on humanitarian responses, be it to natural disasters or anything else. else. So we're excited for the ability to do this today. Paraguay is among our strongest allies in the world, but certainly in the region, and we want to continue to find concrete ways to work together and operate together. And by the way, this extends beyond the security realm. This is not just a security matter. This agreement is about security, but we also want to extend and expand our cooperation on the economic front. There's a lot of good things, positive things happening in Paraguay, tremendous potential to make Paraguay a richer country and do so in partnership with American economic interests in a way that further binds our two countries together and makes us stronger. So we're very grateful for that. Quiero darle las gracias al ministro Lecano por estar con nosotros en el día de hoy para firmar este acuerdo, un acuerdo sumamente importante. La amenaza primordial que existe en el hemisferio es el terrorismo transnacional de diferentes carteles y otras operaciones que existen en la región, que realmente es una amenaza directa a la seguridad nacional de Estados Unidos, pero una amenaza a la seguridad nacional de nuestros aliados y países vecinos aquí en el hemisferio. Esto fue hecho claro en el documento de estrategia que salió hace solamente una semana, que dice muy claramente que la amenaza más seria que enfrentamos en esta región son estos grupos que en algunos países y en algunas regiones del hemisferio aún tienen más poder todavía que los propios gobiernos que existen ahí. Obviamente Paraguay no es uno de ellos, pero hay otros países que directamente el gobierno y la habilidad de gobernar su espacio y su territorio nacional es amenazado por la presencia de estos grupos armados, criminales y terroristas. Y enfrentarnos a esa amenaza es prioridad. Hoy firmamos este acuerdo, un acuerdo que respeta la soberanía de Paraguay, pero crea también la oportunidad de trabajar aún más acerca y conjunto para enfrentarnos a esta amenaza. Encima de eso, también crea la oportunidad de poder entrenar juntos, cooperar juntos, intercambiar información directa y rápidamente, y encima de eso también responder a cualquier caso humanitario que exista en el futuro, no simplemente en Paraguay, en la región, porque entonces posiblemente las operaciones sean del territorio de Paraguay junto con Paraguay, pero será una respuesta a un tema humanitario que exista en otra parte de la región, en otro país. Pero tener esa presencia ahí es sumamente importante. Y no solamente se limita a eso, obviamente este es un acuerdo de seguridad que firmamos hoy, pero aquí lo que existe es la oportunidad de cooperar también a nivel económico, donde existe muchas oportunidades para utilizar la potencia que tiene Paraguay económica para que Paraguay sea un país más rico, para que las personas, los ciudadanos de Paraguay tengan más oportunidades económicas de avanzar y a la misma vez hacerlo en cooperación con compañías de intereses norteamericanas que están dispuestos a invertir de manera responsable y de manera eficaz en la economía y ayudar también a crear empleos, trabajos, fuentes de ingresos, etcétera, para los ciudadanos de su país. Y encima de todo esto, seguir enseñando como no existe, tenemos uno de los aliados más fuertes que tenemos en el mundo y ciertamente en la región, es el país de Paraguay y su liderazgo político. Así le doy la bienvenida y muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en el día de hoy.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, dear Secretary of State Marco Rubio, your commitment with our relation is quite important. 160 years of diplomatic relation between Paraguay and the United States is going on the good way. This is the opportunity to express clearly our commitment to fight against the terrorist organization, the international or transnational crime organizations. We are very committed to the freedom, to the human rights, to the rule of law, and obviously with the freedom. The freedom is one of the most important steps in which we are working, because fighting against the terrorism is allowing our people to have a better life on freedom. This is an agreement that it will strengthen our relation not only on security, as you well expressed, dear Marco. It's going to allow us to work very close to building capacities, our security forces, and will allow us as well to be closer on our relation, on our strategy on development of security. Quiero agradecer expresamente, estimado Marco, al gobierno de Estados Unidos, al presidente Donald Trump. El presidente Santiago Peña está sumamente comprometido en seguir trabajando fuertemente en la relación de nuestros países, pero también en objetivos compartidos que, como este, nos proponen seguir luchando contra el crimen transnacional organizado, seguir trabajando fuertemente contra el tráfico de drogas, contra el tráfico de personas, contra la corrupción, que son todos aspectos relevantes. Pero por sobre todas las cosas, como decía antes, por la libertad de nuestra gente. Lo que está en riesgo es no solamente la seguridad, es la libertad de las personas y eso es lo que queremos asegurar totalmente y este es un paso muy importante para ese propósito. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a firmar.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching that with me. I appreciate it. And why don't we go ahead and jump into our Crime Chef episode of the day? Don't forget to go visit his channel, like and subscribe. Of course, he has given me permission to share his content on my channel, as of course he's also sharing content from somebody else. But I promise, well, I didn't promise, but I agreed that I would give him credit for that. So here we go. This is a Crime Chef. Guys, if you have any questions on the chat. Oh, that's right. We didn't talk about Muslims in this country. Somebody kept bugging me, spamming about Muslims. But I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and leave that one for the afternoon chat. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at our newest editorial of Juanitos and Karens getting arrested and deported. Actually, you know what? I got one more thing here. I got Sheriff. Sheriff slams idiots who protested drug bust after mistaking deputies for ICE. Let's watch that first. Let's see what this is about. Quick clip. No big deal.
Out there doing once again, PCSO deputies out there doing an amazing job arresting bad guys, getting dangerous drugs off the street, and you have idiots showing up protesting thinking they're ICE.
You f***ing brown bitch.
Last Thursday, our deputies, working an investigation that started in Pinal County, ended up in Glendale, where they took 3 kilos of coke off the streets and a firearm. While they're there throwing tantrums, we're throwing handcuffs on bad guys. Deputies did an amazing job putting up with their BS.
You fucking you're a fucking sellout! Fucking sellout, mother.
They're calling the sheriff a sellout. I'm telling you, these people, number one, they don't know if these illegal immigrants are any criminals with hardcore criminalities. They just don't know what the hell they're doing. They think they just got to go protest everything that they see. Oh, my gosh.
2 people that were arrested, both U.S. citizens. How ironic is that?
I'm trying to give you my name. I'm trying to give you my name.
This is ridiculous, guys. You have fully uniformed deputies on scene, marked vehicles, and you still want to protest the police doing their job. You could do better. It's an honor to serve.
Hey, everyone. Yesterday, my detectives were serving a search warrant on a cartel member where they took all of this drugs off the
They're just here to work. They're just here to work.
streets. We've got fentanyl pills. We've got cocaine. We got methamphetamines. We got gun seized from this cartel member. Here's the crazy part. Some idiots thinking it was an ICE raid came down in protest.
Go home and tell your families what you do for a living.
Yes. Go home and tell your family what you do for a living.
You want to...
You see this? You see that these are actually, if you look at them, look at them. Let me make this bigger for you guys. I'm sorry that I have to do this vertical feed, but look at this. Guys, it looks like they're teenagers. This is what these people are teaching our youth. They are convincing them that they're doing the right thing. But here's a clear reason, not reason, but a clear proof that they don't know what the hell they're doing. And they're not being held accountable for it either. They're teaching the youth the wrong message. Hey, go home, whatever the hell their chant is. They don't know. They just repeat what somebody else does. And that can put their lives in danger. You got to... This is why we say what we say in my channel. You patriots know what I'm talking about. That is ridiculous, guys. Very ridiculous.
You want to protest this not getting off the streets? That's insane. Stay out of Pinal County if you're going to commit crime. And I really want to thank my anti-smuggling unit for this long investigation. This was over a half-a-year investigation where they got 32 pounds of cocaine off the street and 22 pounds of methamphetamines.
They're just here to work, guys. Let them work. They're just here to work. It's very simple. What are these officers thinking? They're just here to work.
Off the street, to include the fentanyl pills. Thanks, guys. You're doing a great job keeping the county safe.
Back up now! Back up now!
Check that justifies this.
I want leftists to look at this. This is what these morons are out there protesting. They don't even know what they're protesting. How do you get hundreds of American citizens arrested? Well, here you go, boys. Boys and girls, we have our proof. Hey, leave that guy alone. He's just here to do some work. New York Post, guys. New York Post. Don't say I was never I was never fair with the video clips that I show you guys. This video is AI. You don't know how to work, bro. I work so much in my life. You have no idea. Sure, it is stupid to protest drug bust, but there are more people to work than commit crimes. Statistically, facts. And that is true. I agree with that. But all illegals got to go. All illegals. All right, Crime Chef, your turn to shine.
They're here legally.
Put your phone in my face.
Don't push me.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Why would you push somebody?
I don't know who you played with in the past, but I'll take you in.
I'm an attorney.
Another day, another self-proclaimed immigration attorney who's playing stupid games with ICE. But this time, ICE isn't going to tolerate it. Then a Somali woman eats snowy pavement. But this is only the beginning of the scene because a pack of rabid Karens swarms ICE and all hell breaks loose.
She can't breathe! She can't breathe! She can't breathe!
After that, we visit a flock of Karens who are defending a porta potty from ICE agents. You can't make this stuff up, folks. Then we step inside the home of a family of illegal aliens hiding from ICE. But guess what? ICE comes knocking. Buckle up, because our jungle safari expedition starts now.
Asylum applications, what are you trying to do? What you trying to do? They have active applications.
What ICE is trying to do is deport illegal aliens, but all these damn Karens keep interfering.
That is one tough Mexican right there, enforcing American law. That is the greatest Mexican American. And if I'm insulting him by saying Mexican, and it's just American, God bless this patriot, man. May God protect them doing their jobs. It's not easy, man. It's a very dangerous job.
They're here legally.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Don't push me.
Don't put your phone in my face.
Why would you push somebody?
Stay arm's length away from me.
I'm right here. I was
Stay an arm's length away from me.
I was.
Next time I'll take you into custody.
I'm right
I don't know
here.
who you played with in the past, but I'll take you in.
I'm an attorney.
I don't
an
care.
immigration attorney.
I don't care.
And I'm a
if
US
you violate
citizen.
the law, guess what,
I'm
immigration
standing
attorney?
right-
No one is above the law.
Here.
You'll be standing in court too.
I'm standing right here. I'm an
USC
arm
111.
length. So you're going to come after me? You're going to shoot me? These guys have active asylum applications. There's nothing wrong with them. Why are you trying to pick them up?
We don't know what they have.
So why are you trying to pick them up? You have no idea. It's not legal.
It's none of your business.
It is my business. I'm their attorney. It's exactly my business.
Really?
Get the f out of this apartment. Get out of here. Just leave. These guys are here legally.
How can she be an attorney? Seriously. How can you be an attorney? Don't call Hispanic, Texan, Mexican. They are Tejas. Sorry, Robin. I did apologize. How can this person be an attorney, guys? It's beyond me right now. It's an attorney. Seriously. Wow.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
ICE is completely ignoring the Karen, which is the correct move in this situation. A Karen has no idea what to do when its harassment is ignored.
Anything. Get out of here. Right now. Go. Get out of here.
Go. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
It's funny.
You're
What do you
funny.
think you're
What are
gonna
you
make
trying to
us
do?
leave?
I'm arm's length.
Yeah, good. You learned your lesson.
So get out of
You're
here.
a wise attorney.
Get the f out. Go.
Go.
Can't believe you're not afraid to show your face. Get out of here. You must not be from around here.
The Karen is mad when ICE wears a mask, and the Karen is mad when ICE doesn't wear a mask. This just proves that a Karen will always be Earth's most miserable creature.
You touching your pepper spray? You gonna pepper spray me?
I would pay to see that happen.
So you're saying you're their attorney?
Get out of here.
You said you're their attorney,
I
right?
am their attorney.
Okay. So you know that they'll release on certain conditions, whether order of
I
supervision
know
or
the
something
law,
like that?
and an active asylum application.
Right.
They're not released on order of supervision. They came in legally, so get the f
Right.
out.
So they're on an order of
Get out.
cognizance, right?
Get out.
Which means they have reporting requirements.
No,
They have
you have no idea what.
She just lied and said they came here legally. Really, an attorney? I hope she loses her license.
These clients are about.
You have no idea.
Do you
what
have a
client
written?
have.
Do you have? No, I do. I know specifically which ones you came and knocked on their door.
Okay.
Do you have a warrant?
So under their conditions.
No,
of
do you have a
release,
warrant?
You do not need a warrant to knock
Yeah,
on
the
their.
f you do. Get out. Get out. Yeah, it's illegal. It's against due process. Get out. It is.
If you develop
You are not an
probable cause, Mrs.
attorney. Get out.
You would know that we
Fourth
could take
Amendment.
the person into
Why are
custody.
you without arm's length? You just came up to me. So back off. Arm's length. Right now.
So on their
Don't you
order-
dare push me again.
On their 220
Get the
Alpha,
f out.
Bravo.
ICE is here.
When a Karen realizes that her nagging and shame tactics are ineffective, the Karen will resort to screaming and crying. Similar to a toddler who throws a temper tantrum when it can't have any ice cream.
ICE is here. Do not come out. Get the f out now. Go. I don't, because you're not an attorney. I have no idea what you're talking about.
السلام عليكم عايز maanta waxay joogaan caramel cornerkiisa waa kuwaas
In the wrong country.
This cameraman is clearly an illegal alien. What the hell kind of gibberish was that?
ninkan waa kan up. Everyone back up. Everyone back up. Get out of my way.
The voice is an over voice, yes. But that's what I love about it. It sounds like a documentary. Sounds like a guy documenting the wild hyenas and the in a safari up in the Havana.
They said she's pregnant, so I guess that means we get a 2-for-1 deportation today. What a steal.
Hey, this referee is not watching the soccer game. He needs to go.
You're hurting her.
Nobody's touching her. Look.
You're hurting her right now. Fuck you. Back the fuck up. Fuck you. You're the fuck up, man. You the fuck up, man. You're hurting her. You're hurting her. Don't do that.
The Muslim man acting like he cares about the woman's well-being.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
I can hear some Karens skirmishing in here on the chat. They're just like throwing holy water on demons right now. They don't like to see that they can't do anything about this video. Suffer, you little minion.
Hey, this is someone who needs it. Yes, leave her alone. Man, she's not a migrant. Leave her alone. She's your citizen. Why are you arresting her? Hey, you fuck up. You the fuck up, man. Get the fuck out of here.
You're so ugly. You're so ugly. What the hell has that got to do with anything? What the hell?
You, she's not a migrant. What are you doing there? Get the fuck out of here.
Michael, to you, I am not a Christian. Now what? Shut the hell up. These people think that coming in here and try to insult me as a Christian man, you think that that's enough for you to continue your criminality in front of me? I don't think so, homie. You got the wrong kind of Christian, my friend. The wrong kind of Christian. That shit doesn't fly with me. It just doesn't work. That because of weak-ass Christians, that is why Muslims already with jihadists are taking over our country. I am not one of those weaklings, Michael. So get your ass off my chat if you don't like it.
Sister, what are you looking for?
Yeah, she's pregnant, and they got their fucking knees on her with her stomach in the ground.
Oh, here we go. She is pregnant. Yeah, she looks pregnant to me. She looks pregnant to me. How about she didn't resist arrest and everything will be smooth? Wouldn't that be a difference? That will make a huge difference, wouldn't it? Where the hell was she at when she was resisting arrest? She could have been like, hey, be careful. You're pregnant. You got to be gentle. Take care of your baby. No, she was not there for that, was she? So now she can shut the hell up. Hey, Michael, what would you do in that situation with all those people impeding an investigation from federal agents? What would you do? What would you say to those people that are cussing out our police officers and ICE agents? How would you handle that situation? What would you do to show your great Christian self and diffuse the situation here from all these people trying to cause these people harm? How would you deal with that? You know what? You have no answer because you are a wuss.
She's not what you're looking for, man. Hey, release her now. She can't breathe.
She can't breathe.
She can't breathe.
She can't breathe. She can't breathe.
The she can't breathe chant should transition to he can't pee as we make our way to the battle of the porta potty.
Come on! Like, we don't want to play this today. Come on. Hey, don't push it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You can't do that. You report him. You report him. Don't do that.
When a man's got to go, he's got to go. Let him pee in
gotta
peace.
go.
Now let's see what happens when ICE comes to an illegal's home with a warrant.
¿Cuál arrestados ni qué arrestados? Aquí nadie está arrestado. Ay, Señor Dios.
Mira.
Ay, para que vean que nos están cuidando nomás la casa.
You apparently have not tried to wrestle a pregnant woman before. They are very feisty. I know. My sister was crazy.
Ay, estoy temblando. Ay, ¿cuál arrestados? Por favor, Dios mío. Ay, Señor, ayúdanos porque esto que se vive aquí es horrible.
Now, she just said, Lord, help us. The life that you have here is horrible. Why are you here illegal? Why are you here illegally? It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. Why would you go into a place where you know this happens? You know why the border is secure right now? Because people see these videos and they know what's happening. And guess what? They want no part of it. So we will continue showing these videos until people learn their lesson.
Ay, Señor. Ay, Padre, vienen otra vez.
Vienen otra vez.
Bueno, van a forcejear la puerta. Yo sé que lo van a hacer. Dejar a la niña de esa puerta.
Apaga la luz. Oye, así como sea. Sí, es así.
They put their children in danger. They put their children in this situation. It's their fault 100% for being in this country illegally.
Que la tiren si quieren.
Que la quiebren, que vengan a que la agarren bien aquí adentro. No tenemos orden de nada. Ni somos unos delincuentes. Somos unas personas que solamente vinimos a trabajar.
Muy cierto.
Buscando.
We're only people that came here to work, she says. And what happens when you come to the country illegally? What happens when you work illegally? What happens? You get deported. You get deported. And if you get deported and come back, now you have a felony on top of that. If you use fake papers to work, you are also committing a felony. And that will actually land you in jail time and then deportation.
Ahorita van a estar tocando la otra de aquel lado.
Somos unos delincuentes y no lo somos.
Ahorita van a estar tocando la otra.
Somos más honrados que lo que se imagina. Quieren tumbar el vidrio.
Police, open the door. We have a federal criminal warrant. Signed by a judge.
It's every Karen's dream to hear those words.
Come on. I wanted to see the door being broken down. They actually had a federal warrant signed by a judge. They should have put that on the door glass so that they can see it. I wouldn't trust that they just tell me that. I would want to see it as well. Yep. Eyes loves you, libtard. Oh, man. This is wonderful. You guys are amazing. I want to see what happens there was something else that I had here for you guys. Oh, that's right. Let's take a look at this one because I haven't seen it yet.
Let's bring in the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I want to ask you more about the president hosting the Hanukkah celebration tonight, ISIS and what happened in Australia and all of that. But first of all, you let us know that there's going to be a big address to the nation tomorrow night at 9. So do tell, what's it all about?
We greatly look forward to President Trump addressing the nation tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern. I hope your audience will tune in, and Americans across the country will tune in to hear from their president as well about the historic accomplishments that he has garnered for our country over the past year. If you look at the security of our border, if you look at stopping Joe Biden's inflation right in its tracks, bringing down gas prices to the lowest level in 5 years, President Trump will be talking about what's to come. The best is truly yet to come, as he often says. And so he'll be addressing the country about all of his historic accomplishments over the past year and maybe teasing some policy that will be coming in the new year as well as we head into this Christmas season.
Quite the tease. All right, 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Caroline will be watching for that. Welcome back to America Reports. This is President Trump when asked specifically about the ongoing growing threat that is coming from ISIS. Listen.
Do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
Well, let's be clear. I am not oppressed by the white man. I can do anything the white man can do. If you play the victim card, bro, I feel so sorry for you. You are uneducated and you don't know history and you don't know what it is to be an American citizen. No white person can do something that I am not able to do, and vice versa. There's nothing that they can do that I'm not able to do myself. So you want to feel oppressed is because you're an ignorant fool that doesn't want to be successful in life. Me, I am happy where I'm at. And I am not blaming the white man for anything. But if you want to be racist, that's all you.
As a response, they'll be hit hard.
They'll be hit hard. He is vowing very serious retaliation as a response. What can you tell us we could be seeing from the president as far as action?
Well, I won't get ahead of the president and our commander-in-chief on any actions that he may take with respect to ISIS in the Middle East in this second term. We know in President Trump's first term, he completely destroyed and demolished the ISIS caliphate. He took out some of their key top members and leaders. And because of President Trump's policies in Syria and beyond, the Middle East is growing to be a safer place every day. If you look at how President Trump has embraced the Syrian president, removed sanctions from that country, and what happened, this absolute tragedy that took place of our soldiers who were killed, that was largely because of the dereliction of duty from the last administration, and it reinforces President Trump's policy in this country now, embracing a leader who he as well is committed to eradicating ISIS. He signed onto a document right here at the White House at the behest of President Trump to join the United States in fighting ISIS in his country. So that mission will continue, and tomorrow, unfortunately, and very sadly, President Trump will be heading to Dover Air Force Base to meet with the families of the fallen and to receive their bodies here at home.
Yeah. The dignified transfer of remains, it's a very solemn ceremony. Clearly, though, ISIS remains a threat in many parts of the world, and the ideology that it spreads, as we saw in Australia, is still a danger. I wanted to ask you about the economy. J.D. Vance had the economic speech today. Delayed jobs data came out and showed that 64,000 jobs were created during the month of November. But what that means really kind of depended on which headline you read. I put together a smattering of them. The New York Times, U.S. unemployment rate rose in November, a warning sign for the economy. Reuters, U.S. job growth beats expectations in November. NPR, the U.S. just added just 64,000 jobs in November, a sign the labor market is slowing. Reuters, futures turn positive after jobs data. I mean, you look at all those headlines, you don't know which way to turn here. So how do you read it?
Well, I know our economic director, Kevin Hassett, was out here addressing it this morning, and President Trump is focused on putting Americans back to work. And if you look at the job gains historically throughout this past year, what's most remarkable about the labor market right now is that President Trump is putting American citizens back into the labor force. And we know under the previous administration and Joe Biden that 100% of the jobs gained were for foreign-born workers. These were for people who flooded our country and took the jobs of hardworking Americans. And so President Trump's policies of not just border security, but also incentivizing investment into our country. He's gone overseas to recruit trillions of dollars in new investments, new jobs, economic growth into our manufacturing industry here at home. We're going to continue to see all of that come to fruition, which means more jobs for hardworking Americans and also an increase in their wages. If you look at the wage growth that is taken place over the past year as well. On average, the American worker is earning about $1,200 more over a year thanks to President Trump's policies. Under Joe Biden, they were losing on average $3,000 per year. And so this president is focused on pro-growth policies for American workers, not foreign workers, for putting people back to work, particularly in our manufacturing industry, which has always been the backbone of our nation's economy.
Before we leave the top of the economy, I want to ask you about gas prices. We know this is, historically a big point to cover as we head into the midterm elections. And we have seen gas prices coming down. They are below $3 a gallon now. J.D. Vance talked about this earlier today in Allentown, PA. Listen.
You know why energy prices are lower? You know why gas prices have come down so much? Because we finally got an American president who wants to invest in American energy and American workers instead of green energy boondoggles that are produced overseas.
There you go.
So when the president and the vice president get together and they talk with their energy and economic teams, how much lower do you believe that this White House and its policies can get those gas prices as we head into the new year? I mean, are we looking at $2 a gallon?
Well, that's what we're already seeing, Sandra, in many states across the country. In fact, in places like Colorado, where there's an abundance of natural gas that President Trump and this administration are finally tapping into, you see that gasoline is below $2 a gallon, which is a remarkable feat in just 10 months. If you look at what Joe Biden did to gas prices, in many states across the country, it was upwards and more than $5 a gallon. So the national average is the lowest it's been in 5 years, and we do expect that number to continue to decline as President Trump's energy policies continue to kick in. And he made up the slogan, drill, baby, drill. And that's what our Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, has been focused on since day one. God blessed our country with amazing resources right under our feet. And as the vice president was saying, President Trump believes in tapping into those resources, not just to drive down energy costs and inflation, but also for our national security. The previous administration's energy policy made no sense. We were begging foreign nations around the world to produce this most critical resource for us, while inflation was jacked up to a record high 9%. Not under President Trump. We're already seeing the effects of his America First energy policy, and Americans will continue to see that in the months and the years to come.
I wanted to ask you, Caroline, about the two-part series of articles in Vanity Fair on Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and the president's inner circle. I mean, clearly there was a lot of cooperation between the White House and Vanity Fair on this, because there's numerous interviews that Susie Wiles had with the writer over the course of pretty much a year. Portraits were taken of his inner circle, including her, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller. I mean, it looks like the White House was working hand in glove with Vanity Fair, and yet here's Susie Wiles' reaction to the series of articles. Quote, "The article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team." She goes on after that. You can read the full thing on X, but what happened? What went wrong?
Well, look, I would just echo my boss, Susie Wiles, who is the best chief of staff in our nation's history, working for the greatest president in our nation's history, and that this was, unfortunately, another attempt at fake news by a reporter who was acting disingenuously and really did take the chief's words out of context. But I think most importantly, the bias of omission was ever present throughout this story. The reporter omitted all of the positive things that Susie and our team said about the president and the inner workings of the White House. And as Susie said today, it's deeply unfortunate that happened, but it won't distract us from making America great again. And President Trump has been such a productive president and has accomplished more in 11 months than most presidents do in 8 years because of his vision and his tenacity, which is executed on and facilitated by our great White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, whom I'm very proud to call a boss and a mentor and a friend.
Yeah, his inner circle, the president's inner circle, family coming to her defense. Don Jr. just posting Susie Wiles, by far the most effective and trustworthy chief of staff that my father has ever had. We appreciate you joining us for this very private White House briefing. Caroline, we appreciate your time.
Breaking news, Secretary of State Marco Rubio right now, and you can see all the cameras around him, along with the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, about those airstrikes against narco-terrorists. Let's watch. There's a hearing today.
Designated terrorist organizations, cartels, bringing weapons meaning drugs, to the American people and poisoning the American people for far too long. So we're proud of what we're doing, able to lay it out very directly to these senators and soon to the House, but it's all classified. We can't talk about it now. We're also going to tomorrow allow the HASC and SASC to see the unedited video of the September 2nd, alongside with Admiral Bradley, who has done a fantastic job, has made all the right calls, and we're glad he'll be there to do it. But in keeping with long-standing Department of War policy, Department of Defense policy, of course, we're not going to release a top-secret full unedited video of that to the general public. HASC and SASC and appropriate committees will see it, but not the general public.
Alrighty, so getting a little preview of that classified briefing that's happening today on those strikes on boats, part of the push by the president against narco-terrorism that has dumped so many illicit drugs, including a lot of fentanyl, on our shores and throughout our country. The cartels are having to come to a creeping halt or face the wrath of our military. Much of, about 25% actually, of what we've got to put in that area is off the shore of Venezuela. It's an answer back to the killing and to the movement of drugs. So you heard, and we've got right now Senator Lindsey Graham on the same topic. Let's go. Let's watch.
In 1994, President Clinton took down the military takeover, the junta, the generals who took over Haiti, and brought back civilian control of Haiti. He was right to do that. Bush 41 was right to clean up Panama. Trump is right to deal with a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He's actually head of one of these terrorist organizations, and I am glad that we're taking him on. But here's my concern. You got 15% of the Navy pointed at this guy. If he's still standing when this is over, this is a fatal, major mistake to our standing in the world. If after all this, Maduro is still in power, that's the worst possible signal you could send to Russia, China, Iran. So I ask the question, what happens when he leaves? And they say that this is counter drugs. It'd be nice if he left. That's not a good answer. I want to reassert again, you cannot allow this man to be standing after this display of force, and I did not get a very good answer as to what happens next.
Why not release this video to the
I think it should be.
Is it a mistake? Is it a mistake?
I think the video should be given to everybody in Congress.
Do you buy their explanation that it's because of sensitive information or equipment? Why should at least 100?
You know, the least of my concerns is this friggin' video. Release it, make your own decisions. This is lawful. I have every confidence that what they're doing is no different than what Bush did. Nobody in the Congress accused the military leadership under President Bush 41 of being a war criminal for invading Panama without congressional authorization.
But by not releasing the video, are they feeding into those attacks?
No, the video. I don't think most Americans give a damn about the video. I'd like all of us to see it. Most Americans are going to know what's going to happen next. I want to know what's going to happen next. Is it the policy to take Maduro down? It should be if it's not. And if he goes, what's going to happen next? I'd like a better answer as to what happens when Maduro goes.
Graham, isn't that the essence of the point? That you talk about what happened in 89.
Yeah.
That was a limited operation with them going to happen about a month. 80 more limited. We've been doing
limited. You took the what that you called it. Wait a minute. 1989 wasn't a limited operation. We literally invaded the country, took the president in power, and put him in jail. That's not limited. It doesn't matter the duration. The point is, we have legal authority, in my view, to do in Venezuela what we did regarding Panama and Haiti. The question is, how long does it take? It's not an issue for me. If you want to stage this thing, fine. But I want to address the question, is it the goal to take him out? If it's not the goal to take him out, you're making a mistake.
Senator, is it regime change to take him out? Is it regime
Yes.
change or kill him?
All right, we want to pull back now. We heard a question there by our reporter Chad Pergram getting deeper into the comparison that Senator Lindsey Graham has begun to make today, or maybe he has been making it, but it's public now, from what Bush 41 did in the late 80s with Panama, and going in and doing what he had to do without pre-authorization from Congress, and how this is that level of emergency and level of intent. And as Lindsey Graham just said, this is lawful. And then he was asked about that video that people want to see on the boat strikes against narco-terrorists. You know, there was the one strike, and then they went back and hit again. And so there is some, you know, disagreement, although the Secretary of War has made it very clear that was what it was. It's the war. It's so on and so forth, the war against narco-terrorism. But some people want to know, well, was that legal to hit that boat twice? Look, they can go around in circles on it if they want. According to Lindsey Graham, this is lawful. Release the video. He said we all want to see it. Then we can move on. Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas, Senate Intelligence Community. This is a full Senate briefing today. And from what you heard, how do you think this will go?
Well, I thought the briefers, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and others did a good job of explaining the careful planning that went into these strikes and the legal justification, which is consistent, as Senator Graham has said, with other previous interventions by other administrations in the region. Cocaine, fentanyl, these are weapons of mass destruction being trafficked by designated terrorist organizations. And I haven't heard the same degree of concern for Al-Qaeda and ISIS and other terrorist organizations in the Middle East when we took some of them out through some of these drone attacks. So I was satisfied with what I heard, and I'm glad President Trump is doing what needs to be done in order to save American lives.
And I believe you're pointing to former President Barack Obama when you're bringing up some of those strikes, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Look, let's talk about the importance of this video. You know, some people say that it will show that we, you know, broke some sort of international laws by going after the enemy in that way. Do you want the video released? Lindsey Graham said yes, release it.
You know, my default is always for more transparency, because if you don't release it, then there's more conspiracy theories and people wondering about why you're hiding it. So that would be my preference, but Secretary Hegseth made clear he doesn't intend to release it to the public, but he will brief individual senators with on committees of jurisdiction conducting legitimate oversight.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and
Thank you. Thank you, Emily Campagno. Appreciate you. And your team. You know what time it is, guys. I've been wanting to go fishing now that I've been seeing all these boats blowing up. It makes me feel like there's a lot of more fishes for me to go and get. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But guys, we have been at this for a little bit. If I learned one thing, doing these lives, it's not healthy to burn myself out doing lives for 10, 12 hours daily. So I do want to say thank you for everybody that supports me on this channel. Thank you for the likes. Thanks for the subscribes. MindSpeak, I will see you later tonight. I will be back later this afternoon. God bless you, every single one of you guys. God bless your family. God bless the USA. George, thanks for stopping by. MindSpeak, Trinity, and all. I don't know if Renee's still here. Margaret, Denzel, thank you for the call. Everybody else that calls, thank you so much for being here with me today. Thank you, Tanya. I will catch you guys later today. Peace.